welcome to Derby Date Night, Season Opener Edition. We are live at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Muncie, Indiana, where we are getting ready for 2 games of roller derby action. Our home team, Cornfed Roller Derby, is excited to be starting Season 12 on this Valentine's weekend, hoping some hometown love can propel them to a win. Their challengers have traveled here from Dayton, Ohio and Southern Indiana to take on this corny home team. Our first game tonight will feature Gem City Roller Derby from Dayton, Ohio versus the Cornfed All-Stars. Later tonight, the brand new team of Southern Indiana Roller Derby will be playing in their debut game versus the Cornfed Killer Kernels. Derby Date Night brings you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer tonight with all the action and a few corny jokes. Behind the cameras is Sirius Lee, our technical producer and director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes. Plus, it wouldn't be Derby Date Night without my date. Tonight, we also have a third wheel joining us on our date, Ursa, from Cincinnati Roller Derby, Race City Rebels, Trans Rollers United, TBD, the list goes on. If there's a track with Derby, you can usually find Ursa on it. We're excited to have you here today.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be on the mic for this game.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every game we have a theme, and since this weekend is Valentine's Day, today's jokes will be in the theme of love. Valentine's weekend, anything can happen, so be careful if you think someone's falling for you. They might just be a roller derby player. I made that one up myself.
That's very good.
But Okay. Hopefully there isn't too much falling, just lots of skaters getting out of the pack and into our hearts.
Oh.
Take a second and let us know in the chat which skater has your heart tonight. If you are finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as Third Wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights and want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more Derby events, improve our videos, and keep the Derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be a member, if you want to be a bigger part of the Derby Date Night community, hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference, and you can see on the screen some of our members, and we just keep growing, and we appreciate you all so much, and we're excited to see you all out there in the chat. Go ahead and use your Derby Date Night exclusive emojis to say hello. Love to see you all with your wheels next to your name, and we appreciate every single one of you to help us grow this derby-loving community. With that being said, let's introduce who you are going to be watching tonight in this first game with Cornfed Roller Derby All-Stars and Gem City Roller Derby Purple Rain. In black, Cornfed Roller Derby, 09 Ultra Ego, 12 Rogue, Captain 168 Shaun of the Dead, 1970 Lavender Menace, 214 Spinelli, 227 Cosmo Payne, 28 Debbie Darko, 313 Misadventure, 4 Boggs, 46 Grizzly Barrett, 542 Barbarian, 63 Hamburger Buns, 9 US Amy, 911 Ziggy Zig Ah, and 9110 Killer Queen.
And in the white, we have Gem City Roller Derby's Purple Rain. We have 0 Willy Nilly, 101 Terra Hole in You, 111 Slamwise Ganji, 1209 Adkins, 13 Wreck-It Rosie, 15 Jezebel, 182 Danger, 23 Beast, 32 The Captain Big Red, 330 Stonewall Riot, number 4, Racy Rocker, 697, Archangel Anarchy, 701, Dakota Dynamite, number 8, Leia Landmine, and number 9, Outer Spacey.
Outer Spacey. What a
so
fun
good.
name.
Very good. Derby names are one of my favorite things.
Mine too. I always love hearing about how people got their names and all those interesting, fun things. Well, looks like we are about to get started here. I think, Ultra Ego on the line for Cornfed. And
We have Dakota Dynamite.
Dakota Dynamite for Gem City. These two teams have not played each other in a long time, if ever. So it should be interesting. No idea where we're going today.
Yeah, I do know both very good teams. So this is going to be a really great game. I'm really excited for it.
All right, that whistle means our game has begun, and a quick lead jam going to Gem City Roller Derby and Dakota Dynamite as the pack is coming around turns 1 and 2. Oh, so fast, coming around already on a scoring pass. The star has been passed to Boggs as the pivot, so Boggs will now be the jammer of record for Cornfed. Boggs is trying to get out of that pack as Dakota comes through, scoring 4 points for Gem City. Boggs continuing to try to get out of the pack, stretching that pack out, but has a tough tripod to get out of. Dakota coming in on a second scoring pass and getting stopped by the Cornfed defense. Boggs is down to 2 skaters left, trying to pull that pack apart at the front. They're able to reform. Rogue coming in to do some offense to try and help Boggs out. Dakota is stuck in the pack as well, getting recycled all the way to the back by Spinelli. Boggs continuing to push forward. There's so much good recycling happening right now at the front and the back, right? Are you noticing that, Ursa?
Yeah, they're doing a really good job staying together. And at the front there, Gem City had a 2-wall. Normally we see a tripod, obviously. We had just 2 people really, really holding on to that jammer and doing such a good job.
Yeah, Dakota out of the pack now. That was tough fought. I think that was almost 45 seconds of both of them just being stuck in the pack. We've only got 30 seconds left in this jam if Dakota doesn't call it.
And I believe Boggs is still on initial?
Boggs is still on initial right now. Boggs got swallowed back up after that star pass. Rogue with the defense there, trying to hold, but Dakota is able to get out at the line. Boggs took a minute there and is still trying to fight here. As Dakota comes in, Boggs finding some space, is gonna have to get around that pivot, does so with 5 seconds left in the jam. Oh my goodness. Have you ever been a pivot that has to fight for a minute and a half?
Oh yes, yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
Always a good time when the first jam of the game is a 2-minute jam.
Did Dakota get any more points on that last pass? I don't think so. So we're at 12-0 to start off this game.
Strong start from Jay.
Look at all the members in the chat. Everybody who's a member is green in the chat. So
I love that.
Love it. And seeing some new faces and some old faces there as well. Lovely to see you all. We're so glad to be back to doing some derby again.
Anarchy in the line for Gem, fighting hard.
Anarchy is through on the inside line and will be lead jammer for Gem City. We've got Misadventure jamming for Cornfed. Ed trying to get through, just trying to use sheer force. Archangel Anarchy coming through to grab 4 points for Gem City. I do believe Kelsey Grammer is at penalty box manager. Yes, you are correct, Michael. I will go through our officials in just a second. Cosmo Payne took the star and was able to get out of the pack, but that jam was called before Cosmo was able to score any points. Gem City scoring 4 points in that jam.
Coming in real hot at the end, trying to get those last-minute points right at the end.
Cornfed doing a really good job of making sure to pass that star, trying to get out of that pack to make sure to not.
Holding the differentials down.
Oh, Hamburger Buns, who just moved up from B. Last year, Hamburger was a B team skater only, and I believe this is Buns' first game as an all-star.
That's true. We were talking just before the game. Very, very excited.
Yeah. Although I would say if I was about to have my first jam and then the officials call a timeout, I would be I would be so nervous, and then like even more nervous because now there's a timeout. And so it's like, oh, do I really have to wait?
I have definitely been on the line, like really excited to go, like, oh my gosh, this is going to be hard. I'm really excited for it. And then you hear the 4 chirps, and my body is just so ready to go. I like cheat forward like I'm about to go, and then everyone laughs at me, and then I'm even more nervous.
Yep.
It's a good time.
Yep. The funny one too is when people think the 30-second whistle is the 5-second whistle. I always love watching teams when they're like, oh, we still have a few more seconds here.
I deeply appreciate jam timers who yell, "This next whistle does not start the jam." Very appreciate those friends.
Thank you. I'm glad to know that. Well, while we're waiting, let's introduce some of our officials to you. Our skating officials today are Melody Mayhem, Wishbone Breaker, Ogre, Richie C, Rigor Mortis Tortoise, Biz, Bon Appetit, and Bambi. Speaking of refs, Ogre just came over to tell us that this jam was brought to us by technical difficulties. The jam counter never rolled over to the next jam.
Correct.
So we need to make sure that we've got the correct stuff showing up on the scoreboard before we can continue.
Always love it. Refs have a whole lot to do, and it's nice when they skate over to let us know what's going on, because they don't have to do that, and it's very nice.
They do not. We were talking about the fact that sometimes we have snacks over here at our table, and next time I think we're going to bring some zebra cakes out to bribe them to come over and tell us what's happening. So we'll just like hold the zebra cake up and be like, "Come over, we'll give you something," you know.
Yeah. Anytime there's a chance for wordplay, this is one of the reasons why I love Derby Date Night so much. Wordplay and puns, it's all just good vibes. I love it so much.
We love to be corny and have fun and build a community. We want to have fun with everybody as we're watching roller derby and hopefully promoting Midwest roller derby as much as we can.
Absolutely.
Oh, Sirius is showing me. He's pointing at our like and subscribe. We have it. Look at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, that's so good.
We've got our new like and subscribe and the bell and yeah. So now, if you want to like and subscribe, if you haven't yet, you can. We've got a little. What's that called? Image. What? Lower third. He's being all technical, and I'm just trying to think of the word for like illustration.
That rolling whistle's got to start it again. It looks
okay,
like
this is going to save me. Thank goodness. And then we'll talk about the NSOs. Technical difficulties enhancing derby since forever.
That's true.
Michael says. All right, we've got hamburger buns for Cornfed, and who is that for Gem City? 182. That would be Danger. Danger on the outside line with those tippy toe stops. Oh, great footwork. Boggs went down, which means Danger can come back in. And Danger manages to grab lead jammer.
That dancy stuff on the outside line there, staying just inside. It's so good to watch. And, of course, it happened directly in front of us here.
Beautiful. Amberger taking a hit out from Racy Rocker and pulling Amberger all the way to the back. So Amberger's going to continue to try. Oh, a track cut getting called on Danger. So that will be a penalty for Gem City. And this will be a power jam for Cornfed and Amberger Buns. Cornfed defense trying to help Amberger as the pack is speeding up a little bit. Amber is trying to find some space, looking for some help. Boggs trying to do some offense. Amber has taken that star off, takes a hit to the inside. Tara Hole-and-You is coming all the way to the back and pulling Amber, but Rogue is right there with that pivot on and going to be ready to take that pass if Amber decides to do so, and she does. Rogue with the bean dip on the outside. Right. Beautiful. Getting through the pack on her initial. Danger is now out of the pack, so no lead jammer. This jam is going to go all 2 minutes. Rogue and Danger both headed to the pack on a scoring pass. And in the pack, I love it when they're on the third turn because we're the furthest away from that. So I'm like, stuff is happening.
Yep. Skaters are skating.
Skaters are skating. Looks like Danger coming to the front and through for 4 points for Gem City. Rogue taking a hit to the back and taking a second to get back up. Jason says, so glad to see Rogue back on the track. Yes.
Did Danger get all four before the end? Nope. Looks like they got 3 there at the very end.
Did Rogue get all 4? I think Rogue might have gotten 4 for Cornfed. Love those pivot points. All right, real quick before we go to the next jam, our non-skating officials, because somebody just talked about Bambi. We've got Bethley, Silken Tofu, Scotchy Scotch Scott, Galvatron, Kelsey Grammer, Wild Irish Rosie, Ryder, Dirt, Dorothy Gale Force, Shiv, Shrum, and Eggs. Did you see that Eggs met someone named Bacon at Y'all Stars?
That's fantastic. I love that so much.
Made me so happy. Ellie Spinelli is going to be your lead jammer for Cornfed. Cornfed's first lead jammer of this game, followed closely by Jezebel. These two jammers are going to race to the back. Ellie sliding in and calling the jam as quickly as she can, grabbing 2 points, keeping Gem City scoreless for the first jam in this game.
You can just feel the intensity rise a little bit when you have a quick lead and they're right on each other. They're coming in hot to the pack. You know, they're going to try to call it really fast, and I'm just get so tense.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the intensity like just picked up all of a sudden.
Especially because it happened directly in front of us.
All right, it looks like we've got two Gem City skaters in the box. So we're going to start with a 4-2 pack advantage for Cornfed, with Ultra Ego as the lead jammer, but Dakota Dynamite finds a hole. Rogue took a huge hit and went through that hole to grab lead jammer. Ego is following Rogue, who's cleared out a spot on the inside. Gem City skaters were forming at the front to hold Ego as Dynamite is trying to get through on a scoring pass, is through for 4 points for Gem City. Ego is taking that star off. Cosmo looks ready. I think Cosmo took it. Yep, Cosmo is now the jammer for Cornfed, with all 4 blockers in front of them. Cosmo up on that inside line, doing a great job not letting them take back. Jukes to the outside and gets through on the initial. So no points yet for Cornfed, as Dynamite, who's very well aware of that, decides to call the jam. Sometimes I always hope that people can just sneak around and nobody will notice, but jammers have such good awareness. They know where the other jammer is.
Yeah, every time I play again, I'm going to do it this. This is going to be the time that I'm going to do it, and almost never have I actually done it. Anarchy back on the line for Gem.
I'm too short to see. Misadventure on the line for Cornfed. Misadventure pulling to the front, but taking a hit to the inside, and Anarchy is going to be your lead jammer. Ed needing to get past one more Gem City blocker takes that was a beautiful chest hit to the inside by that Gem City blocker.
Was going the wrong direction though, because it looks like that.
That led it to a penalty.
Yep.
See, whenever I call something beautiful, when it's like that, no, that wasn't allowed. Well, it was pretty, but it wasn't allowed.
Yeah, chest blocks like that are often pretty borderline. That's a skill that I'm working on.
Yes.
Because you can throw that shoulder, but as long as your hips and your skates,
and you got to be careful what direction you're pushing too. Mm-hmm. Oh, FTFO says stream looks great, and as usual, announcers are on point. Thanks so much.
Oh, thank you.
Much appreciated. We always love to see y'all out there in the chat. What are you all doing tonight on this Valentine's weekend? Ursa and I were talking earlier about President's Day and how some people have Monday off and some people don't have Monday off. So are you enjoying a 3-day weekend, or like serious, are you mad because your partner keeps reminding you that that's me? I have Monday off, and I'm like, it's a 3-day weekend, and Sirius is like, would you just shut up? I keep forgetting that he doesn't have Monday off. Danger jamming for Gem City, and Spinelli for Cornfed. Last time Spinelli was on the line, Spinelli got lead jammer, and right now we don't have any lead jammers, I don't think, but Danger is pulling towards the front, has to get past Boggs and Amy. Took like a little hit to the face, but Spinelli snuck through there to grab lead jammer, but Danger is really close behind. This is going to be a race to the pack as the pack slows down, waiting for these two jammers to come in. Everybody kind of fell down there. Spinelli called the jam. Taking a second to get up, I think.
So Gem City had a little bit more trouble getting through that time. I think Cornfed are having some talks on the bench, figuring out how to adjust to hold on to those jammers a little longer. And it looked like they were doing a much more effective job in that jam.
Yeah, absolutely. Cornfed, I'm noticing they're changing the strategy a little bit and scoring a few more points here. We've got a little bit less than 20 minutes left in this first half. Ultra Ego on the line for Cornfed and Jezebel for Gem City. Carl says he's currently at work because in Australia it's Sunday.
Oh, right.
Jason had Guardians practice this morning, now third wheeling with us as Jezebel grabs lead jammer for Gem City. Ego has the star off, hands it to Cosmo. That was a beautiful star pass because there was no one in front of Cosmo. So Cosmo was able to just go right out. Jezebel sees Cosmo coming and calls the jam. Cornfed doing a great job of quick pass, quick call.
Great awareness on Jezebel's part too, because doing the spinning stuff and getting hit and figuring out where you are still with that awareness of like it's time to call it in the middle of like trying to recover and stay in bounds and all of that. Just great jammer awareness.
Yep. Serious, at some point, are you going to be able to get us penalties? Okay, if I need them. I've just noticed the box has been a little bit full. Every jam, there's been at least 1 or 2 in there. So maybe after this jam, he'll pull up some penalties so we can take a look. Ooh, Ed! Grabbing lead jammer, but taking a hit. That skater fell, so Ed can get back up. But Dakota Dynamite is actually in the lead, but Ed has lead jammer status. So Ed, I wonder if Ed is aware. Yep. Ed is aware. See, I told you, the jammers always know. Yep. They always know.
I think that was actually the hardest thing for me to learn as a jammer. I mean, obviously the skating is one thing, but being able to know 3 or 4 different things that are going on at the same time while skating and having people coming at you very hard to hit you very hard.
I noticed in my first season of Derby, it was just like, oh my God, they're back? Okay, I was doing offense, and how did the skater get around so fast? But then the longer you play Derby, the more aware you become. It's like it all goes in slow motion. So those of you who are new, if it feels really overwhelming, it gets better. Like every season, I feel like my awareness got better. Spinelli pushing against skaters at the front and gets out for lead jammer. Cosmo doing a great job there, holding Anarchy back, and the Cornfed pack really focused on defense here, doing a great job holding Anarchy.
That waterfalling was beautiful.
Yes, it was. That was really, really well done. Now doing a little bit of offense for Spinelli as Anarchy is coming through. Anarchy grabbing at least 1 point there. Was that 2?
Looks like 2.
I think that was a 2-2 jam. Hard-earned points.
That
All
quick
right, here's
little
some
hop
penalties.
over the apex.
I see. Cornfed has none. That's not true. I saw at least 1 Cornfed skater in a box. I guess. Okay, we'll pretend that there are no penalties, but now I can't pick on the skaters with the highest number of penalties this time. They get a pass. All right, we got danger for Gem City. And is that Ego? Oh, Barbarian is on the line for Cornfed. Danger grabbing lead jammer. Barbarian taking a pull and a push from Boggs to get through behind Danger.
Love seeing teammates help each other out.
Barb coming around, but not going to be able to score any points. You know, even though it probably doesn't feel good as a jammer to not score points, it still feels good, and it should feel good for them getting out and chasing down the pack and forcing the other jammer to call it. Because what you're doing is you might not be scoring any points, but you're preventing the other team from scoring points.
Yeah, that was a big mindset shift for me, learning how Derby works, learning that the differential is actually the thing. Like a 0-0 jam is not the worst thing. Like if I don't score any points, at least they didn't.
Yep. Oh my gosh, Michael Kwan, duh. They're using paper. We're not going to get of course we're not going to get the penalties because they're writing it on paper. It doesn't magically get into the computer.
Right.
So, yep, good point, Michael. Jezebel is lead jammer for Gem City. Misadventure looking for some offensive help, trying to find some space, taking that star off as Jezebel comes through on a first scoring pass. Ed taking a big push to the inside. Waterfalling happening by Gem City to pull Ed almost back to the starting line. Jezebel through for 4 points for Gem City. Ed trying to find any space, has that star behind her. Jezebel, ooh, tiptoes on the outside line. Huge hit from Killer Queen. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Whew. I always want to like just yell physics whenever that happens because I feel like Killer didn't use a lot of force.
Right.
It was just physics. Literally, Killer just hit the right angle, and Jezebel's force was just like you take something, it's going one direction, and she just shifted the direction of Jezebel.
And when you do something like that too, like it's not always on purpose. And I think like, oh, wait a minute, I'm just going to take credit for that, but that's not what I was trying to do.
Right? I was just standing here, but yes, that's what I did, and I did it on purpose. Treva, go Cornfed. Hoping to be there later. I hope you're here later. I have a sparkly blazer today that I would love to show you.
I can confirm it's very sparkly and it's very good.
Very sparkly. It's a little hot, though. I don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah, we're directly underneath this radiator that, like, I mean, I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt and it's, what, like 20 degrees outside?
Yeah. But it's hot right here. We have the heater directly above us. Oh, Sirius is telling me to... What am I paying attention to? A timeout? Oh, they were dancing. He likes to... Oh, since it's a timeout, that means we should tell some jokes.
Oh, love that. Yes, please.
Okay. You ready for these? They're all love-themed, relationship-themed. So, Ursa, do you have a date for Valentine's Day?
I do.
I do, too. It's February 14th. Okay, that's good enough for now. We'll just start with that.
Coming out the gate strong.
Yep. All right. Sirius and I actually don't really celebrate Valentine's because we started dating on Groundhog's Day. So we usually celebrate on our anniversary on Groundhog's Day instead of Valentine's.
That's so cute. I love that.
It's kind of weird, but, we enjoy it. We love it. All right, we've got Dakota Dynamite out there for Gem City and Spinelli for Cornfed. Chrissy says, let's talk about the Gem City recycling. Yes, they clearly have worked on the recycling here. Oh, huge hit from Boggs, slowing down Dynamite as Spinelli is pulling the pack apart at the front. That pack is coming apart. They've got to keep that spacing between them in order to not get a no pack called here. Spinelli getting past the final skater, taking a spill, but getting that lead jammer status. Dakota still fighting in the back, has the star off, finding some space on the outside. They're getting the momentum. Whenever Gem City gets the momentum is when they're finding space. If Cornfed can keep them slow, that's where they're not finding any space.
And it does feel like on average the leads are happening a little more slowly over time. So clearly they're really talking a lot and thinking a lot at the bench, making adjustments, figuring out what they need to do to hold on a little bit longer. And it's clearly starting to pay off.
Yeah, definitely. I was trying to figure out before the game, I was thinking, okay, what are they going to want to do? And I'm thinking right now, Gem City wants to go fast. Cornfed wants to slow it down. So we'll see how successful both of these teams are going to be. James is rooting for Jezebel and Gem City. Oh, I heard that you all are watching from Blind Bob's. They're having a watch party.
Oh, I love that.
At Blind Bob's. So listen to this. I found out Blind Bob's has pickle soup.
Oh, I love pickle soup.
One of my best friends, Wanda, if you're watching. Hi, Wanda. We call her Pickle because she loves pickles. And so I think she would love some pickle soup from Blind Bob's.
Yeah, pickle soup is great. If you've not had it, I highly recommend it.
Slamwise Gamgee jamming for the first time for Gem City, grabbing that lead jammer status. Ego in the pack right now, getting a little bit of help from Killer, doing some offense. As Slamwise, do you think it's Slamwise or Gamgee? Say Slamwise Gamgee, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Through for 4 points. Back around, little duck around the outside and getting through for 4 points for Gem City there.
Anarchy with that massive direction shift.
Yeah, Cosmo took that star and is playing some defense, pushing Slamwise out. See, this is what I was talking about. Cosmo going all the way back is going to slow this down. Cosmo's goal here, not to score points, it's to keep the scoring from happening. That was actually really smart because Cosmo was stuck at the back and knew that they were going to have a hard time getting through. That was so smart.
Extremely smart jamming.
Oh, Pickle said something in the chat. Yes, I would love some pickle soup as I'm eating pickled potato chips. Of course, see? I told you. Loves pickles. Say hi to your beautiful little babies for me. We wish you were here. Wanda will be here soon. But not tonight, because new babies. Well, new baby. Yeah. Say hi to, I'll shout out Josie and Jilly.
Josie and Jilly.
Josie and Jilly get a little shout out.
Oh, looks like we've got another official timeout here.
Another official timeout. Oh, I get to tell you more really good jokes about love.
Yes, please.
What did one boat say to the other?
I don't know. What did one boat say to the other?
Are you up for a little romance? I did the rowing motion just so you all are aware.
Yeah. For the listener at home, the rowing motion sold the entire joke for me.
Also, Ursa, did you know you're like a dictionary?
Oh.
You add meaning to my life. Oh my God, Sirius laughed out loud.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That one got us.
Isn't that a thing? He normally doesn't.
He
right?
normally doesn't.
Yeah.
No, that one got him. Danger trying to get lead jammer, but took a hit from Boggs to the inside and is being forced to recycle all the way back. Misadventure trying to pull that pack apart at the front, finds space and grabs lead jammer for Cornfed. Danger continuing to try and find some space. Took a hit from Rogue, but was able to get back in.
Hesitated for just a second.
I saw that.
Was not sure about what
I saw that
stepping out.
hesitation. Ed deciding to call it. Interesting call there. Wait, I saw Ed tap her hips. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, don't you have to do it a certain number of times?
You have to do it twice, yeah. Huh. So a lot of times if a jammer thinks they're about to call it off, they'll tap it once. So you get like half a second of extra time so you can do that second tap.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought Ed was calling it, but maybe not. But now we've called it before Danger can score any points. That brings Cornfed up to 19. The track is falling off the ground. I don't know how.
Track team making quick work of it, though. We love
Yes,
our track team, helping keep us safe.
We love our volunteers. As I've said, the refs and the NSOs are volunteers, but we have even more volunteers all around this. What is this building called exactly?
It's
we're at the fairgrounds, but it's all around the building. I feel like it should be called something more fancy.
Venue, maybe?
Venue?
Venue is a good word to use, I think.
Barn? Oh, look at the dancing. And I love it when it's both teams dancing with each other.
Yeah, it's good vibes.
It's fabulous. So cute.
I really love when it's like mixer scrimmage or like fun themes game, and the refs are able to like pull down the curtain a little bit and get silly and get in on the dancing and stuff. I love that part too.
I do enjoy that, because really roller derby it's a community, it's fun. Yes, it's a sport, but one of the things that makes me love it so much is just the people that I've met, the friends we make along the way.
Yes.
Sirius is like, no, just stop. Oh, for those of you wondering, Sirius and my children, OMG and LOL, they are not doing fine at home. LOL called us right before the game started, literally 3 minutes before the game started, and said, how do you cook pasta? I know you boil the water, but then what?
It's very important, cooking pasta.
Yeah, so we told him we would teach him tomorrow because we were about to go live, and this is not the moment to decide you want to learn how to make pasta.
Key step, make your water salty like the sea. Very important.
Did you know, okay, when they say salt the water, I watched some chefs salt the water, and we're not talking like grab like a fourth of a teaspoon. Like they grab like a whole handful of salt to salt the water. And I never realized how much salt you actually use to salt the water.
It's a ridiculous amount, and I cannot eat pasta any other way now.
It has to be like, it's much. I've always been putting like less than a teaspoon of salt in, which does absolutely nothing. So for those of you, when you're supposed to salt your pasta water, you got to grab a big pinch. Oh look at you talked about our refs getting in. Ogre is a full-service skating official. And
Ogre's putting in work. We appreciate him dearly.
Ogre has been on the track team many times while reffing here at this venue. Okay, we've got time for one more joke, I think.
Yeah, let's do it.
What happens when you fall in love with a chef?
Ooh, I don't know.
You get buttered up. Did you do that on purpose? Segue? Food jokes? Of course.
Yes, definitely on purpose.
On purpose. That was all. Yes, everything I do is intentional, Sirius. Enough of the people in the chat have been in the chat many times before. They know darn well that everything I do is not intentional. Jezebel.
Quickly for Jezebel.
So hoppy. Look how quick.
And such quick recovery.
Such quick recovery. Barbarian is jamming for Cornfed. Cornfed choosing to do a passive offense here. Barbarian pushing with brute strength to try and get out of that pack as Jezebel comes in on a scoring pass. Barbarian getting pulled to the back, but Gem City Skater taking a penalty.
That'll be 2 in the box for Gem.
1 for Cornfed, looks like. Jezebel coming around again. Barb taking a hit and falling, but able to get back up and get out of the pack. Jezebel grabbing 4 more points. Jezebel hitting the pack and hitting those hips.
The quick hip turn to get those points and call it off.
You know, when I first started Derby, I feel like jammers stayed more forward-facing than they do now. Like, jammers spin so much now in modern Derby.
It's a thing that I have learned to appreciate. It's really scary to learn how to do, but it looks really cool, and it's obviously effective, as you can see on the track.
Yes, very effective. I mean, it's hard to hit somebody who's spinning. Is this another official timeout?
Oh, it looks like...
someone actually called one? Oh, Cornfed called it.
It looks like we had a Cornfed skater in the box who Bona, I guess, called back out onto the track, so they had retracted that penalty, I think.
Oh, okay. And now we're going to get going again.
Yep. That rolling whistle gets us going again.
If you're enjoying our content and enjoying watching, you should send our stream to some of your Derby friends, and they can come watch with us on this Saturday night. We have one more game coming up after this at 7 o'clock Eastern time, so there is plenty of Derby for you all to watch tonight. Jezebel getting lead jammer. Ursa, you reacted to something. I didn't see it.
Oh, there was a big hit that looked like somebody was in danger of taking a hit in the head.
Ooh.
They did not, so we're all good. But it looked a little scary for a second.
Yes, whenever we see something with heads, we get very nervous, but that's also why we have medics, trackside, ready to help if anything were to happen. So we definitely appreciate them for everything they do.
It takes so many people to make Derby happen, and we love them all.
We do. Thank you, Ogre. Ogre came over to let us know exactly what Ursa had already surmised.
I'm very smart.
You are. See, Derby Date Night is a great place because we always compliment ourselves. So you fit right in.
It's, confidence.
Yeah. We're like, yeah, I got that right. Do you know how often I get it wrong, though, when I guess what the penalty was for? I will literally be like, I think it's this, and this. Usually Michael in the chat is like, no, Aria, no. All right, Anarchy is lead jammer for Gem City, jamming against Ego, who is looking to get some help from Grizzly Barrett and Cosmo Payne. Ego takes a hit, but is able to keep going as Anarchy's hitting the pack on a first scoring pass, juking around, grabbing 4 points. Ego not going to be able to score any points. I always hope. I'm like, ooh, maybe. Nope.
Anarchy's so good at those quick direction changes because somebody had hit them out there on the inside and they were out of bounds for it felt like half a second before coming right back in and getting back to it.
All right, Ed on the line for Cornfed. And I think Danger for Gem City.
2 in the box for Cornfed, one of whom is standing.
Yeah, Boggs decided to just focus on defense while Shauna is, okay, because Boggs was in the front and Shauna was the only one in the back. They tried with only having 2 of them, like they were really trying, and it really did hold. Oh, it's Tara Holenyu is the jammer for Gem City.
Yeah, always hard to try to figure out what to do when you've only got 2 skaters on the track.
No, that's Danger. See, it's Danger. It says Tara Holenyu on the screen, but it's Danger.
It's Danger, yeah.
Rogue taking that star. So Rogue never puts the star pass on. Whenever Rogue, I've always joked with Rogue about this because Rogue always puts the star on in the oddest way. I don't know how Rogue manages to do it, but it always, I need a compilation of Rogue putting the star on because it's such a delight for me to watch because Rogue stretches the star like out to make sure it goes fully on the helmet, and then it always just goes on it just never it's fun.
I have a visor helmet too, so I have to do that.
Yeah. All right, Jezebel stepping through to get lead jammer there. Spinelli up on toe stops on the outside line, getting through about half a track after. So Jezebel's going to try to score points quickly here. Takes a hit from Cosmo. No points scored from either team, looks like.
Always so intense when jammers are that close together.
Oh my gosh,
I love it.
Sirius just told me there's only 4 minutes left in the first half.
Wow, there is indeed 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
How did this go so fast? Ogre just brought us a present. Looks like some tissue paper.
Yeah, it's a torn up tissue. Thanks, Ogre. We
Ogre.
appreciate you.
he's like a kid who collects things on the beach, you know?
Oh, I was thinking more like
bringing
a
us the
crow.
things he found. Oh, a crow.
Yeah, like birds like bring you little things.
Eventually, we'll make a nest out of the things that Ogre brings us.
Oh, jammer penalty for Gem City.
That was a quick jammer penalty too. Ed getting lead. That is really important for Cornfed here because 30 seconds. That was a quick lead, and now 30 seconds to score points. All right, Boggs helping with the offense. Ed seeing some space on the inside. Gem City reforming around the front. Michael Kwan said, at Derby Date Night, we compliment ourselves, so you don't have to.
Yes. But you can if you want to,
Yeah,
to be clear. That's so allowed.
We'll always take compliments. And we'll compliment you, too, if you'd like them. Okay, calling the jam before the jammer gets out of the box, so freezing that jammer in the penalty box. So Cornfed will start this next jam. Barbarian is going to be jamming for Cornfed with a power jam. However, because that jammer is standing in the penalty box, there is less than 10 seconds on that penalty. So it's going to be a short power jam.
Going to try to capitalize quickly.
Yeah, it looks like Cornfed's being pretty strategic here, trying to create some space for Barbarian. We're not able to. Barb is just swallowed up by that tripod, unfortunately, and Dakota Dynamite coming out of the box and grabbing some points. Not points, grabbing lead.
Oh.
Now
Barbarian.
grabbing points.
Barbarian going for a little jammer on jammer violence there.
Barbarian passing it to Cosmo. Was not able to pass it to Cosmo. Now has passed it to Cosmo.
Yep. Looked like Cosmo might have been trying to be a little sneaky there, hiding that the pass happened.
And then Cosmo did a little bean dip there to get out of the pack. Great job. Cosmo is the role model of sneaky star passes.
It's important.
I love it. Love it so much. Well, Blind Bob's, watching from Blind Bob's, they must be very excited. The other thing they eat at Blind Bob's is they told me is fried pineapple, pineapple rings, and they call them hula hoops.
That's so good.
Doesn't that
sounds
sound good?
Incredible.
I wonder what they dip it in. What do you think you would dip a fried pineapple? There's got to be a good dip for that.
Gosh, I don't know.
Brown sugar?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Now, okay, that sounds really good. Archangel Anarchy is jamming for Gem City, and Ultra Ego for Cornfed with only a minute and a half left in this first half. But don't worry, we got lots more roller derby.
So much more derby.
This is the first time the pack has really just been stopped.
Yeah.
These are strong defensive walls.
Both jammers a little bit in a sad place.
I would be too if I was jamming against Amy, Shaun of the Dead, and Boggs. That is just a strong wall for Cornfed.
But of course, as soon as we say that, Anarchy breaks out of the pack.
Anarchy was like, no, I got this.
Beautiful, beautiful little spin on the inside line there.
Ego has the star in hand, trying to find space, but this tripod for Gem City is incredibly strong.
It's like Shaun of the Dead made a hit out, doing the drawback. Anarchy is taking their time. It was smart jamming, realized that Shauna was out of play, and Anarchy was able to come in front.
That's so smart. I was wondering why Anarchy was able to go in, and you're like, oh yeah, because she was more than 20 feet back.
Yep.
You could go back in. This is why I never could be a ref, because I can't watch everything all at the same time.
Right.
And I would just, being a ref is so incredibly hard. Okay, more penalties happening.
Speaking of, that was a low block on
Amy. So Amy and Boggs are in the penalty box. It looks like Rogue took a pass, but is...
Yeah,
that was...
a little bit confusing there.
Oh, it's halftime? Okay, well, we don't have to figure
And
that
it's
out
halftime.
because it's halftime. So you can actually, you know what? We'll go into halftime. You all can ponder what just happened. You can talk about your guesses in the chat, and we will be back in about 15 minutes with the second half of this game, and then more Derby because we've got a whole other game after that. See you in a few. welcome back to Derby Date Night, Valentine's edition, and the home opener for Cornfed Roller Derby. You are joining us for the second half of the first game, Gem City Roller Derby versus Cornfed, and we will be having another game after this. And I blanked on who they are. Cornfed's Killer Kernels and the brand new Southern Indiana Roller Derby, who are debuting tonight for the very first time. Jason Coverstone just joined the third wheel practice squad.
Heck yeah, Jace, we appreciate you.
We appreciate you so much. I'm still here with Ursa, who is helping me with the play-by-play and the commentary today as Dakota Dynamite comes out of the pack to start our second half. It is now a power jam, so this jam's going to go the full 2 minutes. Spinelli jamming for Cornfed.
Working hard at the front of the pack there.
Getting pushed to the inside. It's hard for us to see. They're on turn 3.
They are indeed. Boggs looking for that pass. We'll see
Oh,
if
Boggs.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Boggs is always so quick to get out of the pack after taking a pass. And that power jam is now ending as Dakota Dynamite is coming out of the box. Boggs coming around with a big smile on, but it's going to be over a minute now of jamming for Boggs and Dakota. Dakota pulling the pack to the front and getting out past Shaun of the Dead. Boggs looking for some offensive help. Spinelli trying to help. Oh, beautiful jumping on the outside line to stay in bounds. I would not have stayed in bounds.
I would not have either.
Did you see that on the inside line?
Beautiful,
Dakota?
beautiful hops. Both teams scoring points now.
Everybody's scoring points.
Nom, nom, nom. Give me all the points.
Like a Cookie Monster. Oh, right, that's like Pac-Man. Nom, 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 right?
Hey, I don't know that I'd gone that far with the bit. I just like to pretend like they're
If you
snacks
start
and I'm
a
eating them.
bit on Derby Date Night, I am going to take you all the way
Let's
with
do
the
it.
bit.
Let's go.
I feel like I recognize nom. Yep. Serious, stop laughing.
Shaun of the Dead looking for that hit out and almost gets it, but not quite.
And Boggs is through for another 4 points for Cornfed. Thank you so much, Jason. We're so glad to have you as a part of the third wheel practice squad. Those of you that have not yet become members, we would love it if you want to support us to keep this stream going. You have lots of different levels of members to choose from and some special little extras that come along with being a member.
4-10 on that last jam.
All right, getting ready for the next one. Looks like we've got Anarchy on the line. So I was asking Gem City for some fun facts. Did you know that Anarchy is going to be playing at the World Cup with Black Diaspora?
I did. That's how Anarchy and I met for the first time.
Really?
I played for TBD. We played against Black Diaspora, and they were jamming, and just so fun.
Yes. So Anarchy gets to go to the World Cup, which is going to – I wish I was going to that World Cup. It sounds like it's going to be pretty amazing. Oh, and Anarchy lost lead and got a – okay, what's this one?
It was a forearm.
Forearm.
Yep. And
will be headed to the box. So this is a power jam now for Miss Advent. This is like the same jam that we just had.
It is.
I feel like we're doing it all over again.
Except for Anarchy dancing in the penalty box. That's
Anarchy
very,
is
very
dancing
delightful.
in the penalty box. I love that. Ed trying to get out is through. If Ed can get up without them reforming, and Ed gets out of the pack.
After taking a big hit from Big Red.
Diamond says I should be going to the World Cup. What? I'm not going to play in the World Cup. That's you. Hi, Diamond, by the way. And Anarchy's through for another 4 points for Gem City. We got 47 seconds left in this jam. Ed is trying to call it. I don't think Ed realized that there is no lead jammer right now.
Anarchy coming hot into that pack. And apparently did a back block.
Oh, no. That's 2 in a row.
It is indeed.
And I forgot during halftime to go over and find out the penalty count. So, unfortunately,
some penalties have been done.
Yeah, we've had some technical difficulties. Roller Derby brought to you by technical difficulties. We've been trying to get a scoreboard up here for the crowd, but having a little bit of trouble. That's fine.
10 seconds left on the jam.
And Ed is through.
Get a quick 4 right before the jam's called.
Cornfed outscoring Gem City on that one, 8-4. Where is the World Cup going to be?
Austria.
That's
I forget
what I
where in Austria, but in
yep,
Austria.
Carl in Austria.
It's going to be such a huge tournament, too. I feel like the list of teams going there is extremely long.
I don't think I've ever known as many skaters as I do, like, before. Like, I feel like there's so many teams and people that I know and love that are going to the World Cup, and I'm so excited to be able to watch it. We should have a streaming party or something.
Oh, I would love that.
That'd
I mean, the hours
fun.
are going to be weird because they'll be
6
or 7 hours ahead. But
Yep. Danger is out as lead jammer Boggs has taken a pass and was able to get out as well, about half a track behind, as Danger is coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Boggs trying to sneak some points.
Looks like we are getting...
Looks like both skaters are going to be scoring some points here. Simon saying hello. Alexecutioner, who used to be one of our skaters and now has moved to Alaska, where she is skating.
Okay.
Nice to see you here in the chat. Goldie Sox would stay up late or get up early for a World Cup. What do you think, Sirius?
Oh, I absolutely would do that.
We should do it. We should do a World Cup watch party. So add that to the what else are we doing? We're doing a cruise. What else have I said we're doing? Oh, watch the game. Fine. Wreck-It Rosie jamming for the first time for Gem City, and Spinelli for Cornfed. Wreck-It Rosie getting through with that lead jammer status for Gem City. There's just a big wall of people, but it looks like
Quick
Cosmo
star pass, yep.
took one of those sneaky star passes and is out of the pack.
Looks like the refs were thinking about calling a penalty.
Cosmo coming around. Wreck-It Rosie getting pushed to the outside by Grizzly Barrett and decides to call the jam. I'm trying to look at my fun facts for Gem City skaters so I can make sure to give you all of them. Beast wanted me to, in a Bob Barker voice, please make sure that your pets are spayed and neutered.
Absolutely.
How does Bob Barker say it?
Oh, gosh. It has been so long.
It's been so long. You know, take care of animals. TNR, trap, neuter, release. Like, make sure that all your pets are spayed and neutered. So that is something that Beast works on in her community.
Oh.
Ed taking a huge hit, but is
that was-
able to get back up and recover. Thank
I believe
goodness.
that was willy-nilly. That was intense.
That was intense. Oh, Ed looks so tired. Dakota Dynamite taking a push to the outside from Boggs, who's going to force Dakota back. Nobody's lead. Ed taking a push to the inside. Dakota trying to find space and is able to get out. Lead jammer established after like 45 seconds of play. Ooh, that was tough for both jammers, right? Ed currently getting recycled to the back. Dakota hoping to find some space between Boggs and Amy. Does a little spin move to get through for 4 points.
With the hat off there was waiting on the pivot to come back on the track, and Shauna the Dead has returned. And
Shauna trying to get to. Shauna has the star. Oh no, Shauna just got a penalty as the jammer. With 41 seconds left, if Shauna can sit before we get to 30 seconds. We're going to take a quick little time out. I think there was a little bit of a spill, and whenever we notice a head hitting the ground at all, we are going to stop the jam. Medics are going to come out to assess. Looks like the skater is saying, I'm fine, I'm okay, but we take head injuries very, very seriously here.
Yeah, that's the thing I truly appreciate. I know it can be frustrating if it looked bad. I'm fine. I feel okay, but err on the side of checking folks out, making sure everybody's okay.
Well, and truthfully, Ursa, if you take a big hit to the head and you say, I'm fine, I don't know that, like, right after you get hit on the head, that, like, regardless of how fine you feel,
yep,
you never know what happens. The brains are important. You only get one.
Exactly. I tell folks that all the time. Like, you have one body, and you have to deal with it forever.
You have to take care of it.
Yeah.
And because this is the love edition of Derby Date Night, it's really hard because you shouldn't break somebody's heart because they only have one.
Yeah.
Instead, with Derby, like, you could break bones. We have 206.
Oh, is that how many? I didn't know that
That
number.
is how many, yeah. Yeah, 206 bones. You shouldn't break people's bones either.
Yeah.
But they do have more bones than a heart. I'm trying to make something happen here, and Sirius is like, no, this is not. One brain, one heart, 206 bones. He said, okay.
Just mouthing okay.
Okay. No, nothing. I'm getting nothing from him on this one.
I mean, you did get the big laugh out loud earlier, so I feel like that's the dub for the day.
Goldie Sock says kidneys come in pairs.
Oh, that's true.
You know, they are always looking for people to donate kidneys, though. Like people, I saw something recently. They're always looking for living kidney donors, and that's something. I said to spay and neuter your pets. Now I'm encouraging people to think about organ donation. You know, because there are people that are on a waiting list for a kidney, and if you have an extra one and you want to be a kind citizen, you could donate a kidney and spay and neuter your pets.
Yeah.
Okay, should we stop the PSA part of? It's only the first game, and I've already gone off the rails.
I think you're doing a great job, personally.
Thanks, Ursa. Keeping me calm as best as you can.
Simon is watching Derby, not driving, on the way
on
to
the way to practice. Simon, someday we're going to get back out there to Washington, and I would love to see you play out there. We're going to be there in July. Maybe we can make something happen. Goldie Sock says, spay, neuter, and donate your body to science.
I think those are all three great things.
I'm encouraging all the things today. All right, it looks like we're getting close. The refs are having a discussion in this official timeout. Yes, Carl, we are in Muncie today. Alexa, there are no rails in flat track.
You know what? That's a good point.
That's so true. See, I can go off the rails. There's no rails on the stream? Oh, there are no. Now I'm thinking of Back to the Future. Roads, where we're going, we don't need no roads.
You got to say it in your best Christopher Lloyd voice, though.
Do you know what happened, Ursa, when I tried to say the guy from Star Wars? What's the thing I tried to say? It's a trap. I couldn't say that. I definitely can't say the voice of roads where we're going. We don't need roads.
It's a trap!
See? Ursa can do it.
Roads?
Yeah.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Okay. You're officially on the stream just for impressions from now on.
No, that was so bad.
That was really good.
There was like a half British accent thing happening there that Christopher Lloyd definitely does not have.
So Sirius makes fun of me because every time I try to do any accent, it's always Scottish. No? Not Scottish? Wait, what? English? Which one is it? French? We'll find out.
Ogre just skated over to let us know that was, in fact, a medical timeout. There doesn't appear to have been much else going on there. But we just got our 5-second call, so we're about to play some more Derby.
Nice. Oh, did you know at RollerCon there's usually a group where you can sign up to register as a bone marrow donor?
Oh, I love that.
Oh, and back to the Derby. Anarchy is lead jammer. As I mentioned before, Shaun of the Dead starting in the penalty box. So Anarchy has a power jam, able to spin around Killer Queen to get 4 points. Shauna and Boggs both standing in the penalty box, so they will be out in 10 seconds. Anarchy going to try and get a few more points. Takes a little stumble. Nice rotation there by Queen and Cosmo to hold Anarchy, but Anarchy is able to get out of the pack and get another 4 points as Boggs and Shauna both back in the pack. Shauna with Star in hand. However, Cosmo, the pivot, is headed to the box, so Shauna will be the jammer for a little bit. Finding space on the inside line. Shauna is out as Anarchy is also out after scoring another 4 points and deciding to call it.
It's a very demoralizing thing as a jammer to take the star off and realize that your pivot is on the box.
Mm-hmm.
Not my favorite thing that happens to me in Derby.
Ursa Kristen Lapid says Big Red on the track and Ursa on the mic. So exciting.
Yep. That's my pal, Chris. Hi.
Oh. Speaking of saying hi, Racy Rocker wanted to say hi to Mom. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
And Stonewall Riot wanted to say hi to Brutal McNoodle. I should not have said that when you were taking a drink of water.
That's a great name.
Brutal McNoodle.
Brutal McNoodle.
I think it's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. All right, 20 minutes left in this game, and then we will have another game at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Are we in EST or ED? Whatever.
We are Eastern time.
Eastern time. Well, I know we're East, but are we Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, Spinelli.
Spinelli is
off the
lead. I probably should have paid attention to that. Danger getting out of the pack is not lead jammer. Spinelli sailing through with only one blocker on the track for Gem City as Danger's coming around on, is this a scoring pass for Danger?
I believe it is.
I think it is, yeah. Spinelli also in the pack and gets through for another 4 points and calls the jam. Another one where Cornfed is outscoring Gem City. You know, Gem City does have a commanding lead, but Cornfed is continuing to just hang in and really make Gem City earn this.
Yeah, there have been a couple of moments where there have been a couple of Gem City skaters in the box, and they're doing a really good job of capitalizing on having the pack advantage.
Serious, Simon says we should totally do something when you're out here in July. I completely agree, Simon. We should totally make that happen.
Quick lead for Gem City.
Wreck-It Rosie is your lead jammer, and Ultra Ego jamming for Cornfed has that star off. Wreck-It Rosie in the pack on a scoring pass. So Cornfed is doing a, you know, as I was just saying, Cornfed is doing a really good job just kind of grinding and pushing and all of that. Something that I don't know if you know, Ursa, Cornfed has had a lot of turnover since last year.
Oh, I didn't.
The main jammers last year are not the same main jammers as this year. Spinelli, I think, is the only main jammer. Spinelli was kind of a half jammer, half blocker, but Ego and Ed both jammed for the B team, not for the A team. So this is the first time they're up there jamming. Barbarian as well. So we've had a lot of skaters work their way up, and there's been a lot of turnover, especially in our jammer rotation. So Cornfed, I think, is doing a fabulous job considering that these jammers are new to A-level play, and Gem City is a tough team to start out with.
Absolutely. Beautiful hit out there by Rogue.
Dakota Dynamite with lead jammer status for Gem City. Eileen, yes, this will be posted after it's over on our YouTube page, Derby Date Night. You will be able to rewatch. Ed is through. Dynamite taking a look and decides to call the jam, freezing a Cornfed skater in the box. So we will start this next jam with a 4-3 pack advantage for Gem City. Carl, why does Cornfed have a high turnover? You know, we've always kind of had a little bit of a high turnover. Muncie, Indiana, as much as we love this place, we lose a lot of people because we are a college town. So we have Ball State University here, and we have a lot of people who come to Muncie for a time and then move on. One of the cool things about it, though, is now I know skaters like all over the place because they used to be here and now they're somewhere else. So that's the fun part about it. Spinelli out and lead jammer, but followed closely behind by Anarchy. Spinelli hitting a hard wall there. Anarchy coming around. Did Anarchy only have Grizz and Ziggy to get around?
I believe that's the case.
Ooh.
Yeah, two Cornfed skaters in the box.
Penalties really making the difference here.
As they often do.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen a lot of games that I think could have gone a lot differently if the penalty situation was different, and that's a thing that I try to really focus on myself because sometimes I get a little penalty heavy.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, you're gone for 30 seconds. Alexecutioner saying lots of people moved and retired all at once last year too. Yes, yeah. Alexa in Alaska, tell us about people moving. I'm glad that you're still here on the stream and you can still watch us and chat with us.
Gem City Power Jam here.
For Danger, got to get past Boggs and Shauna, which is a tough task, but Danger's going to do it. Danger is through. Misadventure in the penalty box. Looks like fixing a knee pad as Danger's coming around on a scoring pass. Pack slowing down. Danger taking a little bit of a tumble. Sounded like somebody's getting a penalty over there.
It's another
for a
Cornfed
high
penalty.
block.
It's like, Shaun of the Dead going to the box there.
Danger coming around another scoring pass. Ed is now back in the pack, but on an initial. Ed playing some defense there. but getting either a directional or a back block. I think that was a directional.
I believe it was a direction. And we got another power jam here.
A double power jam for Gem City. Cornfed is going to try to keep the point scoring to a minimum. Amy doing a great job one-on-one blocking. Oh, beautiful. But Amy knew she had a penalty with that one.
Beautiful one-on-one blocking at the front of the pack.
See, whenever I say the word beautiful. Yeah. And it was legal until I said beautiful.
Yep. It's the announcer curse.
It is. I'm not allowed to say it. More whistles. We have 22 seconds left in this jam, and I'm wondering how many skaters we're going to have out on the track at the end of this.
Yeah, nobody from Gem City is in the box. It looks like, we're going to start with a 4-2 pack advantage.
See, if I was Cornfed here, I might want to take a timeout. Just because I feel like they were so with it and together. Oh my God, did that just happen?
You just spoke it into existence.
Okay, I'm retired now. I'm done. That's my announcer peak. What? Oh, yes, I have a new necklace on that Southern Indiana gave me. It is a what are these called?
I mean, it's like a medal.
It's like a medallion.
There you go. That's the word. Medallion, yes.
One of the Southern Indiana skaters has a 3D printer and made these necklaces that are beautiful. And they gave me one. And so I normally don't wear either team when I'm announcing, but this is special because it is their very first debut game ever. So I do look like I'm better than Flavor Flav. It's not a clock. I mean, it's a good size.
It is pretty comically large, which I think is the point.
Yes, it is. I'm sure you will see it if you stick around for the second game. I'm sure you will see these being not worn during the game because that probably is not allowed because that would be a hazard. But I'm sure you'll see it at some point.
Oh, yeah, and they would get broken too. 3D printers are great, but 3D printed stuff is kind of fragile sometimes. So, yeah, I was gifted one because I will be playing in that game. I'm very excited about it.
So excited. I'm excited to watch that game. So many cool people are on both of those teams, and I think it's just going to be a really fun game on both sides.
You know, a new league only gets one first game, and I'm just very excited that they asked me to play.
All right, looks like we're getting started again. Gem City with a 4-2 pack advantage. Wreck-It Rosie finding space between Ziggy and Killer Queen. It's always hard when it's just a couple of you out there.
Yeah, just shot right through that seam.
Spinelli is jamming for Cornfed. Going to the penalty box, though. As Killer Queen is coming, or Amy is coming out of the penalty box. Wreck-It Rosie coming around on a scoring pass, getting slowed down by Ziggy and Killer, who are doing a great job out here. Working hard to hold it down. Cosmo coming out is going to bring that Cornfed pack back up to 4. Still a power jam, though, as Spinelli waits in the penalty box. Wreck-It Rosie coming around. Carl, we've got lots of colleges in Indiana. Lots and lots. The ones you might have heard of would be probably Indiana University, Notre Dame, Purdue, and of course Ball State, because who hasn't heard of Ball State? Chirp, chirp. That was a joke. I'm glad you got that was a joke.
Oh, I just thought it was funny. I don't actually, obviously I've heard of Ball State, but I didn't actually get the joke.
So instead of having like a war cry like other colleges do, Ball State, we literally make the OK sign and we go chirp, chirp up and down.
Okay.
And that is our menacing war cry. Chirp, chirp.
Yeah, it's very intimidating.
Oh,
quick dance up that line.
Big hit from Shaun of the Dead to hit out Jezebel, who was doing some beautiful tiptoeing. I said beautiful again. Tiptoeing up that inside line, but nobody got a penalty that time. Teeny says we have colleges and corn.
Yeah.
Now, Ursa, you're from Ohio. How do you differentiate Ohio and Indiana?
I'm not sure I do, if I'm honest.
I don't know if I do either. When I was younger, I always wanted to live in Ohio. I don't know why. I just
I don't know either.
I met someone from Ohio who was nice, and I was like, maybe everybody's nice. Jezebel in the penalty box for Gem City. The crowd so excited to see Spinelli as lead jammer with a power jam. No, Carl, not where the Hunchback lives. The Hunchback lives in France at a different Notre Dame. We have Notre Dame. France has Notre Dame.
Yeah, the pronunciations are very different, yeah.
Spinelli has scored 3 points, looking to try and score some more as Jezebel comes back in.
Was Jezebel able to grab any points on the way in? Appears not.
Now, if Jezebel had already grabbed some points when Jezebel went to the box, though, Jezebel would have earned any points that Jezebel already had.
Right.
So that's a differentiation. Sometimes people get confused when a jam ends, a skater gets out of the box, and they're like, but they didn't pass anybody. Well, when they went to the box, they already had some points. So you don't lose those points that you had earned.
So much respect for the ability of a ref to just keep that in their head for that amount of time.
Right? They're so talented.
Yeah.
Okay, with only 10 minutes left, I have to tell you one more fun fact about a Gem City skater.
Yeah, let's go.
Outer Spacey can fit their entire fist in their mouth.
Incredible.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible. I cannot imagine.
I can't. And how do you find out that you have that secret talent?
I mean, that just feels like a thing you're just hanging around with your friends.
You're
and
like,
you
I want to see if this works.
You see somebody do it in a movie, you're like, hey, you know what? I wonder.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Quick lead and a quick 4 points.
Right? That was a quick jam. We haven't been having a lot of quick jams. Most of these jams have been a grind. And I know a lot of the Cornfed players out there, they're going to be playing in the B game too. There's quite a few double rostered today, so there's going to be a few of these skaters that we're going to see again. I know we're going to see Ego and Ed, Amy, a few others.
Playing 2 games in a row.
2 games in a row.
I've done my fair share. It is not easy.
Yes. It is. Alexa says Cosmo is so strong and stable. Yes, and has been taking those sneaky star passes tonight. As we get started, Ed and Danger both trying to get this lead jammer, but they are both struggling. Boggs doing some offense to try and break up that tripod. Danger comes out with the lead. Ed has the star off.
Shauna had it in her hand and was trying to get a hold of it,
Yeah.
and then realized that she was not in the optimal position, I think, and just let it go.
It was like, no, you keep that for now. As Danger comes around after scoring 4 points.
Oh, it looks like the star pass was actually completed.
Oh,
Shauna the Dead has the star in her hand and then went to the box as the jammer.
Oh. So Ed must have let go of it at some point because it's not complete until the jammer has let go of it and the pivot owns it. So even though Shauna changed her mind, at some point Ed must have. Oh, there's some confusion.
Yeah, there seems to be some confusion about who
nope,
is actually.
Ed has the star
there
on.
we go.
Yep.
Okay.
Because you didn't think that she had let go, huh?
Nope.
Ertz is like, nope, I didn't. Yes.
But it was on the opposite side of the track, so I don't have the best
anything that
angle.
happens on turn 3, Ursa and I are not responsible for giving you accurate information. We should just give that caveat for everything.
Absolutely.
We try, but we're not necessarily going to be great.
Don't ever hold me responsible for being incorrect.
Are you telling me to watch the game? Oh yeah, he's saying that they could look. Oh. They could tell us. Oh, I could. It's such a small little screen. I don't know. Anyway, Shauna is now jammer.
Yep.
After all that,
Gem City blockers were pretty sure they had her out of bounds on that one, and they did not.
Shauna coming around on another scoring pass, but is not going to score any points because that jam is going to get called. We are running the clock down here with 7.5 minutes left in this game. We will be having another game starting at 7 o'clock with Southern Indiana in their debut, very first game ever. And so I hope you stick around for that one. They'll be playing Cornfed's Killer Kernels, the Cornfed B team. Always a delight. And what else would you want to do on a Saturday night except for watch some roller derby?
Play some roller derby.
Okay. Yeah, you got me there. Or, announce some roller derby.
Absolutely. Ref some roller derby.
Ref some roller derby.
NSO some roller derby.
Yep. Just something having to do with roller derby.
Absolutely.
All right, Ego jamming for Cornfed. Wreck-It Rosie jamming for Gem City is lead jammer and out of the pack. Ego getting pulled back. Beautiful work there. The Gem City pivot was running Ego back, and Boggs' awareness was so good to push that pivot out, trying to help Ego out there. Cosmo, I didn't even see Cosmo take the star.
I did not either. It was such a fast-moving pack there for a second, and Cornfed did a really good job of just locking the jammer down, slowing down the momentum, and the jam slowed down.
Did somebody call a timeout? Or are we just... Where's Cornfed? Are they coming? I always get worried when there's no time. Okay.
Looks like there's an official timeout. Yeah.
All right, which means I get to tell you a couple more jokes.
Yeah, let's go.
Because you're playing in the next game, so I'm going to be telling jokes to Sirius, and then nobody gets to hear anything except for me.
Yeah, and I appreciate your jokes. So.
Thank you. And sometimes the chat helps. They'll tell me if they're bad or they're good. Oh, are you a camera?
I don't know.
Because every time I look at you, I smile.
Oh. Flattery will get you everywhere with me. I just need to make that very clear.
I like that one. Roses are red, violets are blue. If you were a Pokemon, I'd choose you.
I'm not a huge Pokemon person, but I recently learned that there are bear Pokemon. So Ursaring is one.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I need to do some bout makeup with it because there's a very distinct C shape with a star on.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
I'm not normally a bout makeup person. Nothing against it. It just takes a lot of time, and I just don't. It's not for me. But I might for a special occasion.
You should have someone do an illustration of you playing Derby against the Pokemon bear. Or
that
something
would be
like
so
that.
Great.
Yeah.
Official timeout being called because there was a second penalty that did not get called but should have been. So they called the official timeout so the refs could talk about it for a second, issue the appropriate penalty, send folks to the box, and then Ogres now came over to explain it to us, explaining it to the house announcer. We appreciate him.
Yes, absolutely. We appreciate the refs letting us know. And who was that got the double penalty? Was it Cornfed or Gem City?
Number 4.
That's going to be Boggs from Cornfed.
Okay.
So Boggs is going to sit for 2, which is a full minute. So Cornfed is going to be down a blocker for a little bit as we start this next jam.
Six minutes to go in this half. It has flown by.
It really has. Goes so fast. Outer Spacey, who can fit her fist in her mouth, is, getting called on a forearm and will be going to the box. So this will be a power jam for Spinelli. Okay, now it says Dakota Dynamite. So I don't know if that was Outer Spacey or Dakota Dynamite. Maybe someone from Gem City and Blind Bobs will tell us.
We will see when our friend comes back on the track.
Yes.
Spinelli trying to sneak by on that outside line.
Nice.
Lead jammer.
That pack has stopped moving. Cornfed in front of Gem City, trying to do some offense, blocking the pack for Spinelli. Spinelli taking a hit to the inside as the jammer comes back in the pack. That is Dakota Dynamite, not Outer Spacey. Spinelli just really trying. Oh, love Spinelli's toe stops. There was no space there for Spinelli to get through, and little tiny toe stops. If you leave enough room for a toe stop to go there, Spinelli's going to take it. Spinelli hitting the pack hard. Dakota, meanwhile, stuck in the pack.
And that Gem City wall is just so solid, and it reforms so quickly.
It really did. Both of these walls super strong right now.
Yeah, both jammers grinding it out.
Spinelli doing something smart that I never did as a jammer, because I was like, if I was the jammer, I just would push, and I never took a break. And then I was like, oh yeah, you can take a break when you're jamming if you're tired.
You can. Or my coaches are fond of yelling, find a new hole, find a new hole.
Yeah, stop trying that hole. They've got you.
Yeah.
Maybe try a different one. Or make one.
Weird idea. If it's not working, try something different. I don't know about all that.
All right, is the penalty box empty? I think it's empty.
Penalty box is empty.
With 4 minutes left, we've got everybody out on the track. And somebody, Gem City timeout.
Jinx.
Do you still owe me a Coke for that? Is that still the thing for Jinx?
Oh, it is way too close to playing Derby time for me to have soda.
Oh.
But I think it's...
What is your pre-game beverage?
Oh, usually just water or a Gatorade or something like that. I stay pretty focused on just hydration.
Yes, that is very important.
My stomach is kind of sensitive to sugar, so if I have too much, it doesn't feel good. And so it's just protein, protein bars or, some steak tacos or something like that.
Do you have a good post-bout, something that you eat or drink?
Not really. I mean, just protein bars and like replenishing electrolytes.
You're so healthy. After games, Sirius and I go to Taco Bell.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And I mean, I do sometimes do that, but not directly after.
Yes. Yeah, when I used to play, I feel like, it was mostly water. Water, sometimes some pre-workout was in there. Yes, we used to go to Savage's after the game. They have really good mushroom burgers. They're a local place around here, and I loved their burgers.
Yeah, I'm not vegetarian, but I love mushroom burgers, black bean burgers, so good.
That sounds good. I didn't get to tell any jokes. I was busy talking. Oh, see, it's the end of a game, and I'm talking about food. The chat will tell you that's what I do.
That's great.
3.5 minutes left. Anarchy is that Anarchy?
Yep.
Is your lead jammer. Ego jamming for Cornfed as Anarchy's coming around on a scoring pass. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Quick
Pretty
hop
little
over that
apex jump. I saw that apex and I was like, ooh, are they going to take it? And they did.
Yeah, hopping the
Anarchy
apex in turns
through.
turns 2 and 4. Always so impressive.
Do you hop apexes often?
No. My goal is to do it sometime before I retire.
All right, well, I'll be watching for it because I get to come to some of your games, so I'll be watching for it. 3 minutes left in this game. Michael Kwan, I'm not going to say it on air, but very funny. We try to avoid misinterpretation when we're saying things. Simon says hit for 3 seconds and then find a new hole. Yes. KTGC's Debbie Darko out there. Lexa goes to Taco Bell too. I think Taco Bell is just such good, like. It's on the way home. And it's on the way home.
Yeah.
That's for us because our kids are always hungry. We leave them. Danger is lead jammer. See, we leave them home to take care of the dogs.
Right.
And they don't seem to be very good at feeding themselves, as you noticed with them not being able to make pasta.
Right.
So I guarantee you that they will be asking for us to bring Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah, we are on a power jam once again.
We are.
I didn't see the penalty call.
And is that hamburger buns in the penalty box? For Cornfed, I think it is. Hamburger buns is another one who will be in the B game that is going to be starting in just a little bit. Danger coming around. We've got less than 2 minutes left in this game. But
massive offensive hit there.
Less than that in this jam. So we probably will have one more jam, depending upon how long this one goes.
We will see. Danger's going to keep going. Okay, we are.
Cassie says she swears that she saw you jump in Apex at Black and Blue.
Oh, gosh. I am almost positive that didn't happen.
That's Chaos. Chaos knows a lot of good information. Look how slow and stretched out this is.
Yeah.
Woo, lordy.
Oh, and it looks like Shaun of the Dead there getting blocking out of play.
Oh,
so.
yeah, that's why. It was so stretched out. Danger coming around on another scoring pass here, having scored 8 points so far in this jam, going for a 12 with 30 seconds left. Gonna have to get past Spinelli and Killer, deciding to call it, leaving Shauna in the penalty box. Ursa's going to go gear up, so sadly we're going to have to say goodbye to Ursa on the mic, but in a few minutes we'll say hello to Ursa on the track.
Thanks for having me, friends. So much fun.
Thank you so much. We love having you join us here as our third wheel. Have fun in this next game. All right, we are on another time out, it looks like, so I get to tell you some jokes, and you don't get to hear anybody laugh, except myself, because I will laugh at my own joke. All right, what happened when the candle went dating? It found the perfect match. Nah, that one, yeah. Okay, 2 antennas were on a roof. They fell in love and decided to get married. Their ceremony was nothing fancy, but you could tell they had a strong connection. Cornfed is currently using their official review as a timeout. So something that happens too, I know you're seeing this score and you're going, wow, this is like, I mean, it is a lot of points for Gem City. But, and I don't know, you all can look it up if you want to, or if you so feel the need, there is a expected point differential between the two teams, and this game is sanctioned, and so the rankings will change based on how these two teams do in this game. So Gem City was expected to have X many of points, and Cornfed was supposed to have X many of points. And if somebody outscores, then they could actually go up in the rankings, even if they don't win the game. So that's where Cornfed, using that as a timeout, they're really, I mean, all the way until the very, very end, Cornfed is going to be trying to stop the scoring. They're going to be trying to score on their own. Wreck-It Rosie is jamming for Gem City, and we are running down the period clock with only 22 seconds left. Wreck-It Rosie through for 4 points. Misadventure is in the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for Gem City. Alexa shouting to finish strong, Cornfed. They are going to try. Cornfed will always play till the end. Most teams will play till the end because we also just love a good jam. We love to play just some good roller derby. And that jam will end, and that will be our unofficial score. Cornfed 58 to Gem City's 230. Michael Kwan said, if the antenna get married, how was the reception? Ba-dum-cha. That was a good one. That was a good one to end on. So the love jokes are going to continue in the next game. Me going off the rails is going to continue in the next game. Sirius giving me a hard time is going to continue in the next game. So we will be back in about 15 minutes. And you all get some popcorn because we're in for a great game between the Cornfed Killer Kernels and the brand new Southern Indiana Roller Derby team. See ya in a few. and welcome to Derby Date Night, Season Opener Edition. We are live at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in Muncie, Indiana, where we just finished our first of 2 games of roller derby tonight. Our first game was between Gem City and Cornfed, Gem City coming out on top with the win. Our next game that we are getting ready for is the debut game for Southern Indiana Roller Derby, a brand new team to Indiana, and they are so excited, as are we, to be able to get out here and start playing some games. And they will be playing the home team, Cornfed Roller Derby's killer Kernels, who are excited to take the track tonight. There are some brand new skaters as well who I'll be introducing you to as we start playing. Derby Date Night, we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I am Aria Kidding Me, and I will be your play-by-play announcer tonight with all the action and, of course, a few corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, our technical producer-director who makes all the cool things happen behind the scenes. Plus, it wouldn't really be Derby Date Night if I didn't have my date. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every game we have a theme, and since this weekend is Valentine's Day, today's jokes have been in the theme of love. And they've been pretty bad so far, so hopefully, no, they're not going to get any better, but hopefully you'll laugh. Valentine's weekend, anything can happen, but be careful if you think someone is falling for you. They might just be a roller derby player. But okay, hopefully there isn't too much falling, just lots of skaters getting out of the pack and into our hearts. Take a second and let us know in the chat which skater has your heart tonight. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, also known as the Third Wheels, and we would love to have you along for the ride. Sirius and I love our Derby Date Nights and want to keep bringing you the best derby action. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe, as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at upcoming episodes. Plus, your support helps us travel to more derby events, improve our videos, and keep the derby love rolling strong. So if you want to be a bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every single membership we get makes a huge difference. And you can see on our screen right now some of our members who help keep our channel rolling. And we appreciate every single one of you. So let's grow this derby community together. Thank you so much for those of you who are members, and those of you who just like and subscribe. We appreciate every single one of you all the time. And I noticed some of you using your Derby Date Night member exclusive emojis in the chat. We appreciate you. Well, as we get ready to get started, let's figure out who is going to be playing tonight. On Cornfed Roller Derby Killer Kernels, we have got 09 Ultra Ego, 1215 Pure Poly, 1970 Lavender Menace, 2 Gremlin, 28 Your Captain Debbie Darko, 313 Miss Adventure, 426 Calamity Jane, 517 Alpha Torridozer, 542 Barbarian, 63 Hamburger Buns, 727 Creature, 84 Bennett, 86 Bashley, 9 US Amy, and 911 Ziggy Zig Ah. For Southern Indiana Roller Derby, we have got 101 Bieber Fever, 1080 Carla Wambulance, 11 Ella Vicious, 116 Ursa Mamer, 18 Smack Harlow, 19 Tina Fatal, 222 Extra, 50 Ivana Riot, 6 Your Captain Celia Graves, 606 Neon Chola, 62 Nancy, 888 Bubbles to Smear, 911 Shelnita Crutch, and 99 Kitty Omega. I see some of you shouting out your favorite skaters in the chat. Hopefully you can find some new favorite skaters tonight as you watch this amazing game. So excited to be able to see all these skaters, some new and some you may have seen before on Derby Date Night. We've also got our skating officials, Melody Mayhem, Wishbone Breaker, Ogre, Richie C, Rigor Mortis Tortoise, Biz, Bon Appetit, and Bambi. And on our non-skating official side, we have Bethley, Silken Tofu, Scotchy Scotch Scott, Galvatron, Kelsey Grammer, Wild Irish Rosie, Ryder, Dirt, Dorothy Gale Force, Shiv, Shrum, and Eggs. I see people rooting for Cornfed, rooting for Ella Vicious, rooting for Team Official. Love it, Mr. Bruise Guy. Alexa rooting for the officials as well. Peace Variety is saying go Pure Polly. I love it when a new season starts and it's the first home game of the season. It's always great to see how these teams are going to shake out. And I know Southern Indiana is just so excited about making their debut. And I'm noticing the pivot has a gold stripe for the pivot, and I like the gold touches on their uniforms. Very fun. All right, we are just about to get started with our first jam of this game. Smack Carlo jamming for Southern Indiana Roller Derby, grabbing lead jammer status very quickly. Creature is jamming for Cornfed Roller Derby. Has that star off, might be looking for someone to pass it to as Smack Harlow comes into the pack to try and get through. Goes to the outside as that star was passed to Ultra Ego, who is out of the pack. Smack Harlow looking back at the bench to see what to do and decides to call the jam, but not before scoring 4 points on the board for Southern Indiana Roller Derby. Misty rooting for Killer Kernels and Bash. Treva Marie rooting for Amy. Mr. Bruce Guy sending love from Philly. I think there's a juniors tournament over there in Philly, so hopefully Indianapolis is doing well because we always love some good representing from Indiana at whatever our Indiana friends are going to. And this is an all Indiana game. East Central Indiana versus Southern Indiana today. Amy is your jammer from Cornfed, jamming against Ella Vicious from Southern Indiana Roller Derby. Both jammers stuck in the pack, trying to find some space. Ella Vicious is out towards the front, up against Pure Polly, who is fabulous at one-on-one blocking and will hold her long enough for US Amy to get out as your jammer. Those of you who know Amy, she is typically a blocker, but on the B team, she will be jamming today and doing pretty well at it too. All right, Amy coming around into the pack and calling the jam after scoring a 1 point for Cornfed. A very well-earned 1 point there. All right. I know, Alexa, these packs are moving. This is a lot faster already than the last game. The last game was definitely more slow packs and a grind for those jammers. This one might be a little bit faster. Let's see if that continues in this jam. We have got hamburger buns for Cornfed, and it looks like Ella Vicious is sitting in the penalty box. So this is a power jam for Buns and Cornfed Roller Derby. Buns looking for some offensive help from Debbie Darko, taking a shirt whip, but taking a little bit of a tumble at the front of the pack, and Southern Indiana reforms back around Amber, and she continues to push and find some space and gets through to be lead jammer for Cornfed Roller Derby as Ella Vicious comes out of the pack and comes back in. Buns coming through. Oh my God, I love this crowd. The crowd is very, very excited to see Hamburger Buns grabbing 4 points, and Cornfed has now taken the lead with 5 points. Ella Vicious is out of the pack and coming around on a scoring pass. Buns is seeing that happening and calls the jam after scoring, I think, 2 more points for Cornfed. So, who went back to the box for a power jam start? Ella Vicious? Oh no. Ella Vicious is back at the penalty box for Southern Indiana. So this is going to be Ella Vicious's third time being a jammer. If I were her, I would be looking for my pivot when I get out of that box because I would be so tired. Creature going to get the power jam start. Alexa, I agree. Amberger made so much progress last season. Just played in her first A game and was jamming in that game as well. Just so proud of her and her growth. Okay, I can't see over there. Hold on, let me look at the camera since Sirius tells me I have to look at what the camera is showing me instead of what is in real life. Creature getting pushed to the inside. Ella Vicious is standing, so less than 10 seconds left. Ziggy doing some offense, but it was a not so legal hit, so Ziggy is going to go to the penalty box and think about it for 30 seconds. Ella Vicious back in the pack, takes a little bit of a tumble at the back of the pack, and is able to recover and get through to become lead jammer at the jammer line after a whole lap. I do not see that very often. So also coming out of the box and grabbing it after a whole lap. Creature has been pushing as hard as she can, trying to find some space, but that Southern Indiana wall is just a tough one. Ella Vicious through, having scored 4 points, now only 1 point behind Cornfed. Creature able to get out after very, very hard work. That was 2 laps of just pushing. Ella comes into the pack and decides to call it after grabbing. No points. So Cornfed stays in the lead, but Southern Indiana has cut into it and is down by 1. The dark visors. I know, the dark visors are so intimidating. I agree, because you can't see where they're looking. US Amy jamming for Cornfed Roller Derby, and Carla Wambulance for Southern Indiana. Carla Wambulance needs to get past Barbarian and is able to do so to grab lead jammer as Amy is headed to the penalty box along with the pivot from Southern Indiana. Carla taking a hit from Ultra Ego, who is switching from jamming to blocking and Carla is able to get past to grab 4 points, taking the lead for Southern Indiana Roller Derby. I think so too, Carl. I think this is going to be a close game. Huge hit from Debbie Darko. You know, I have skated with and against Debbie Darko for many, many years, and I know not to skate up to Debbie because she will lay you out. And that was very legal and probably very painful. Poor Carla. Carla is through, though, was able to recover and is through after getting another 4 points for Southern Indiana. And a star pass has been made to Pure Polly, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed, who is coming around to try and steal some points. But Carla was able to call it, so no points for Cornfed, and it looks like 2 more for Southern Indiana, bringing that jam total to 11 points for a total of 19. This game is going so much faster. Don't you think, Sirius? Sirius, you're very quiet all of a sudden. Is it because I don't have a co-host and I'm looking at you more? I guess you're always quiet, since one of us does a lot of talking and one of us does not. All right, Hamburger Buns on the line for Cornfed, and Smack Harlow grabbing lead jammer for Southern Indiana, making it look so easy. Hamburger trying to get some offensive help, taking that star off, might be looking for Ziggy, the pivot, as Smack Harlow comes around on another scoring pass. Smack Harlow getting some offensive help from one of her blockers and makes it through as Ziggy takes a pass and is putting that star on. Smack looking for a little jammer-on-jammer action, decides to call the jam. Ziggy managing to stay upright and inbounds as Smack goes for the hit. 23-9. I think that's Creature on the line for Cornfed. And I don't have the angle. I will wait till the bell ring. The whistle. I'll wait till the whistle blows to find out that that is Bubbles DeSmear, who is on, as I said to Bubbles earlier today, are you on every single team in Indiana? So Bubbles is actually a skater from Rock, but skates in pretty much every single game she can. So all the scrimmages, and whenever a team needs a visiting skater like today, Bubbles is here to help out Southern Indiana Roller Derby. So lovely to see Bubbles here again, always traveling all over Indiana to do lots of roller derby. Bubbles taking that hit and being forced to recycle, while Creature, meanwhile, grabbed that lead jammer status and is trying to get through. I thought that might happen. Creature is headed to the penalty box for a back block, so this will now be a power jam for Bubbles DeSmear. And Southern Indiana, while Creature waits in the penalty box, this jam will go the full 2 minutes because Creature was lead when she went to the penalty box. Bubbles trying to get through Ego and Polly, working hard to slow Bubbles down. Bubbles able to get through for 4 points for Southern Indiana. Creature now standing in the penalty box. Creature is released from the penalty box, coming back in as Bubbles is getting trapped by a tripod of blockers. Oh, all 4 blockers focused on defense for Cornfed. This pack is not moving. Southern Indiana reforming around to the front. Creature trying to push that pack forward. Everybody focused on defense and only defense right now. Those jammers having to push against hard 4 walls to try and get through. Penalty being called on a Cornfed blocker, and that jam goes to time. Cornfed was able to grab some points there, as was Southern Indiana. I'm waiting to find out how many. Southern Indiana got 8 points in that jam. Cornfed, maybe they didn't. I thought they got, maybe not. Nope. I thought they got at least 1 there. Oh, timeout. Ooh, that means I get to tell you guys some jokes. And as I said before, our jokes today are in the theme of love, since it is Valentine's Day weekend. Oh no, we're starting again. So I'll say it real quick. My girlfriend told me she was leaving me because I keep pretending to be a transformer. I said, no, wait, I can change. Okay, back to Derby. That one was bad. Oh, Lavender Menace jamming for Cornfed Roller Derby for the first time in this game, and Neon Chola jamming for Southern Indiana for the first time in this game. Lavender getting called on a low block. Unfortunately, it was one of those where you fall and somebody else falls, and if you make them fall from the ground, it's called a low block. So Neon Chola will be your lead jammer, managing to get through the pack, and gets through again, meaning that is 4 points for Southern Indiana. Lavender Menace waiting in the penalty box while Neon Chola comes around. Has 3 Cornfed skaters to get past. Is getting a little bit tripped up, but some space was created on the outside line for Neon Chola to get through for 4 points for Southern Indiana. Lavender is standing in the penalty box. Once they are released, they will be able to be back in the pack, but will still be on their initial. Not eligible to score points yet until they make it through the whole pack. Neon Chola getting recycled to the back, having trouble getting around these blockers, but is through for another 4 points for Southern Indiana. Cray saying congrats to Southern Indiana on their Derby debut. Love Cray. I am sure they are so excited to share tonight with all of you, and probably even more excited about their first home game, which I don't know off the top of my head, but you can always check them out on their Facebook page to find out more about where you can see more Southern Indiana in the future. Uh-oh, why is Bruce Guy saying Aria? Oh, because of my joke, because it was bad. that was one I like, the Transformer. Anyway, that pack is all sorts of jumbled up. Lavender Menace has the star off. Oh, nice hit by Ed to push Neon Chola out. Neon Chola was almost out of the pack, and Ed did a nice hit. Ziggy has taken the star and will now be the jammer of record for Cornfed, but that jam will end. And another timeout. Looks like a team timeout being called. Okay, Mr. Bruce Guy, let me try to redeem myself. Let's see if we can do some better jokes here. I started laughing before I even said, I'm like, no, they won't be. They're never better. My wife said she was tired of seeing me imitate a flamingo. I had to put my foot down. You like that one, Sirius? Yeah. I wanted to make, this one's a little corny, like Cornfed. I wanted to make a pun about relationships, but I figured it was way too corny. I think I'm just too amazed by love. That's just punny. This is true, Sirius, at least about you and I. Marriage is full of love, affection, surprises, and asking each other, do you have to do that right now? Sirius says yes. Yes, that's true. It is true. It is so true. Oh, that's a good one to end on for this round. Mr. Bird's Guy, were those any better? He said yes, like real bad. Probably not. All right, I think Carla Wambulance is on the line for Southern Indiana, and U.S. Amy for Cornfed. All right, Amy getting recycled to the back. So is Carla. Amy has got to get past that pivot and does so, grabbing lead jammer for Cornfed. Carla with a huge hit on Polly, getting through about half a track behind Amy, who is racing to the front of the pack, taking a push out and deciding to call the jam. Nicole says, good luck to my rock teammates filling in for Southern Indiana. Bubbles and extra. Derby love. Cray. Michael. Okay, Sirius, you're going to like this one. Remember those antennas that got married? This is from Michael. They got divorced. They just gave each other too much static. We're going to have a whole saga. We're going to write a book about these two antennas. Look at that spin. Go, Amy. It's so much fun watching Amy jam. I love it. Also, like, Creature was, I think, rostered a couple times last season. Not very much, and I don't remember Creature jamming much, if at all. And Creature has jammed like every third jam since this game has started. So fabulous job. We are halfway through the first half of this game, so we've got lots more jokes. Oh no, Ogre is he fixing something? He's picking more things up. Ogre likes to pick things up, and sometimes he brings them to our table. We want to make a nest, is what we were saying in the last game. Smack Harlow grabbing. Smack Harlow has had lead jammer every time she has been out there as the jammer. So 100% percentage right now with lead jammer for Smack Harlow, which I think is 3 for 3. Ziggy took a quick, sneaky star pass, I think, and immediately got out. So chasing Smack Harlow down, currently on a scoring pass. I don't know if Smack Harlow is aware that Ziggy is scoring points. Oh, Jasmine's answering Carl's question about why is Gem City called Gem City? Because that's Dayton's nickname. Among the bigger cities like Cincy and Columbus, Dayton is a little hidden gem, and then there's a little diamond. That's cute. I like that. Hamburger Buns jamming for Cornfed. Up against Ella Vicious from Southern Indiana. Ella taking a little bit of a spill and trying to recover. Pure Polly gets a penalty for blocking out of bounds, unfortunately. Ella gets called lead jammer, was slowed down a little bit there. Ego has taken a star pass and just has to get past Extra. Speaking of, we just talked about Extra. Ego is able to get out and is currently on that scoring pass, but is not going to be able to score any points as that jam is going to get called before she can score any points. $13 points for Cornfed and 61 for Southern Indiana. It does not feel like the point is that far apart. It does not feel like it's as far apart as it looks. Because Cornfed has had, I think they've had like half and half lead jams at this point. It's just that Southern Indiana has managed to stay lead longer and collect more points so far. US Amy on the line for Cornfed, and Carla Wambulance taking a hit from Ziggy for Southern Indiana. Amy getting hit outside from Ursa, who gets a penalty, and Amy is, oh my gosh, there's hardly anybody on the track right now. That was a big hit, and we are going to take a short break to make sure everybody is okay. We are back. It looks like one of the skaters took a little bit of a tumble and maybe a hit to the noggin, so they are walking on their own over to the medic area where our medics are going to be working with her and making sure that she's okay. We really appreciate all of our medics who are able to be with us trackside to be able to respond very quickly in the event that someone gets injured. So we wish that skater the best of luck, and we will be right back with our action real soon. Peace Valley says, I'm thankful because I get to watch Pure Poly all the way from Ohio. We love that. That's one of the reasons why we do what we do, is because we know there are people that can't be here in person, and we are just happy to be able to provide you some coverage of the games and hopefully be able to talk nicely about the skaters that you love, as long as they don't go to the penalty box too much. And here we go, back to the Derby. Oh, Sirius, you got a compliment. Alexa said, great slideshow. Alexa, you do not even want to know how many hours Sirius has worked on that slideshow. We'll just pretend it's not as many as it really was. Neon Chola has lead jammer status for Southern Indiana, and Ego is jamming for Cornfed. Neon taking a hit from Ed to the inside. Ego's in the box. Okay, Ego went to the box as the jammer. So this is a power jam for Neon Chola and Southern Indiana Roller Derby. So they're a new team, so I need to figure out what do I call them for short? Because Southern Indiana is a lot of like vowels and words. So in? Nah, that sounds weird. What do we call them for short, chat? What do you think? Neon Chola through and coming in for another. Ooh, spins! I love it when they spin. What are you laughing at? Me? Oh, I just got excited. I like watching it when jammers spin. So Neon Chola spinning through the pack. Ego is back in the pack now, trying to get through. I think still on her initial. Pure Poly does play pretty hard, but usually pretty legally for the most part. Ed again holding back Neon Chola. Ego coming in on a first scoring pass. Up on those toe stops, taking a hit to the inside. Has to get past the pivot from Southern Indiana. Neon Chola engaging in the pack again. Up against a wall. Both jammers getting through. They do use So In on their socials. So In. Oh, Ego, that was pretty. And the pivot from Southern Indiana, Kitty, was giving Ego a compliment on her good skating as they are both skating over to back to their benches. I love that when it's just camaraderie, good camaraderie between the skaters. Mr. Bruce Guy says Sirius is the unsung hero. Please don't make his head any bigger. I don't know if you heard him laugh, but he liked that one. He knows he's the he's the sung hero because he definitely lets me know about how he does so much more work. So Sirius spent all week this week getting everything ready for Derby Date Night, working on all the things, and I did nothing for the channel, but I showed up and I talked, and that's my contribution. We play to our strengths. Yes, we play to our strengths. That's correct. Oh, we're in an official timeout. So I should probably tell you some more jokes. See if I can make any of you laugh. Why doesn't anyone want to marry a tennis player? Not because they make a racket, but that was a good guess. Because love means nothing to them. Get it? Because love is zero in tennis. When you have to explain it. What did one light bulb say to the other? I love you, Watts and Watts. No? Nothing? No? Okay. What do you call two birds in love? Tweet hearts. Sirius is giving me nothing here. Nothing. So this is some sort of an official review because the coaches and captains are out there, but I don't know what it is. Ogre will come tell me at some point while I tell you bad jokes. These just are so in like sewing, sewing, sew in, sewing, sew in. Sew in? Okay, here comes Ogre to tell me things while I try to figure out how to say words.
Cornfed wanted the track cut penalty on their jammer overturned, stating that the track occurred during a no-pack. During a no-pack situation, you still have to enter behind everybody who had superior positioning. They're not just out of play, it's a special condition for this no-pack. Cut call will stand while we're doing the review.
Okay, I might need some help explaining this one. It was a little complicated. So, Cornfed wanted the cut call on the jammer overturned because the pack was in an out of play situation when the jammer got the cut track penalty. However, when you are in an out of play situation, you still have to seed behind people. You can't gain a better position when you are coming from out of bounds, even if it's a no pack situation. So the cut track will stand. Did I do that right, Sirius? You think so? Okay. There's officials in the chat. I know you'll tell me if I did something wrong, but that felt smart. So Alexa says, give us a serious cam. I expect the eye rolling is happening and we need to see it. Oh yeah, you needed I didn't do speculation that time, Bruce Guy, and there's no way I would have ever guessed that one. Let's see, Smack Harlow, 4 for 4 on lead jammer for Southern Indiana. Hamburger Buns has the star off. Pure Poly has the pivot on. Smack Harlow coming into the pack on 1 foot on the outside. Beautiful. And is able to get through. Pure Poly has taken a star pass and was able to get out of the pack and will be chasing down Smack Harlow. So we'll see if Smack Harlow is going to call it or if she's going, oh no, I'm going to sneeze. What do I do? Okay. I didn't know what to do. I have a headset. Okay, I figured it out. Kristen says that felt smart is so relatable. I love that you relate to that because some days, we just fake it till we make it, right? If it sounds smart, it is. Amy is on the line for Cornfed, as the whole venue knows, because Kent just screamed her name from the stands. Ziggy trying to do some offense to help Amy get through. Ella Vicious on the coming through the middle is able to get through for lead jammer. Amy also through. These two jammers are going to race to the pack, which has stopped at turn 2. They're both going real fast right now. Ella Vicious going to the outside. Amy coming through. Ella Vicious getting called on a track cut. Tried to call the jam, but is headed to the penalty box. Amy has scored 4 points. This crowd is excited. Oh, Amy is now going to the box. And so we're going to have a jammer. What do we call that? A Shanana Jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer, Circle City. With our jammers switching around. Ella taking a little bit of a fall. I love it when the jam is still happening and everybody gets confused and just stands there. And I really want to see, because I've seen it happen a couple times where a jammer just takes advantage of everybody standing there and just goes. But I think what happened was Ella came back in and then immediately went back out on another penalty. So it was like a double Shanana Jam. And now Ziggy's the jammer. Okay. Ziggy's jamming and scoring points because the star is on Ziggy's head. 4 points for Cornfed. Power jam is over. Everybody's out there now. Ziggy finding space on the inside, getting through for 4 more points for Cornfed with 7.5 minutes left in this first half. This has been a great jam for Cornfed with 12 points so far. Ella taking a hit to the outside, and that jam coming to its natural conclusion, but not before Cornfed scored 12 points. Carl, I think you jinxed it with this is going to be a close game, but I don't know. Cornfed's picking up some steam here, so we'll have to see. Mr. Bruce Guy said I did a great job explaining the official review. See, I am smart. This time, sometimes you know I do not do well, Mr. Bruce Guy. And Michael, you're in here too. You both know. But this time, I get a pat on the back from myself. If I had a camera on me, yes, I literally patted myself on the back. All right, lead jammer is going to go to Southern Indiana and Neon Chola, while Barbarian is got the star off and looking to hand it to Pure Poly. Southern Indiana saw that star pass coming and did reform around the front of Pure Poly, as Neon Chola is hitting the pack in the back, creating some space and getting through. I heard some whistles. Somebody's going to the penalty box, but I don't know who it is. Neon Chola is through for 4 points. Yes, Peace. That is the kind of thinking that I like. It's still anybody's game. It could be. In Derby, sometimes things change very quickly. 4 more points for Neon Chola. Well, this is not helping, though. Looks like Barbarian is in the penalty box. Neon Chola coming through, finding some space on the inside and through for 4 more points. Polly is also through, getting that star on. By the way, Polly took a star pass at some point. I guess I forgot to mention that. What? Just happened. All right, that jam is getting called. 5.5 minutes left in this first half. This has gone super fast. Super fun game. All right, the penalty box looks empty. And Smack Harlow going to go for a fifth lead jammer in a row. Is up against Creature, who is trying to stop Smack Harlow from continuing on this sweep. Smack sees some space, takes a fall, is up, gets past Ziggy for lead jammer. I feel like I'm watching a baseball game and it's a no-hitter at this point. Did I say, are you not supposed to say that? Oh, I didn't know that. A star has been passed to Ziggy, who just took a hit from Bubbles, who is pulling Ziggy back. Ziggy did not see Bubbles and is getting called on a penalty. Also, is taking a second to take a break in the middle of the, Okay, we're done with our break, and we're going to go to the penalty box. Smack Harlow coming around on a scoring pass is able to get through for 4 points for Southern Indiana. 4.5 minutes left in this half. Smack taking some hits. Cornfed is struggling right now to keep that pack together. I would really love, they've been, and I think it's hard because people keep going to the box, and so it's like, where is the pack? They need to be touching each other right now. But unfortunately, nice hit from Ed to hit Smack Harlow out, getting some offensive help there, looks like, from Extra. Smack getting slowed down. Good job, Cornfed. And is out backwards, something that I'm just so impressed with skaters who can just forward, backward, sideways. They can skate all the ways. Smack looks like she's getting a little tired. I would too. This jam has gone 1.5 minutes. And Power Jam is now over. Ziggy is back in and through. That was Ziggy's initial, so no points scored yet. Ziggy and Smack doing a little juke there. Smack laughs and calls that jam off, but not before scoring 20 points, the highest scoring jam so far in this game. Okay, hamburger buns on the line for Cornfed and Ella Vicious for Southern Indiana, and we have 3 minutes left in this first half. The chat has gotten very quiet. I don't know if it's because they're seriously watching or because they just really miss my jokes, or I think I might be being too serious right now. Or they went to get dinner. You never know. Cheese. I need something cheesy after this. Hamburger buns just pushing that pack forward to find some space on the inside and get through for lead jammer for Cornfed. Followed about a quarter track behind by Ella Vicious. That might be the highest scoring jam of both games. What do you think, Siri? Yeah? Yeah, we think it was both games. Both jammers in the pack. Track cut getting called on Ella Vicious. That's going to be a power jam for Cornfed. Teeny just finished cooking. I was right. See, everybody else is getting food, and we have to wait until this is over. Hamburger buns trying to pull that pack apart, decides to call the jam, freezing Ella Vicious in the penalty box with less than 2 minutes left. KTG says, I'm still here just watching. Okay, good. I just want to make sure I'm still entertaining you. You guys don't have to say anything. I just am making sure that I'm still, providing you the ample entertainment that you've come to know and love. I can't even say it with a straight face. Or whatever it is we provide. I don't even know what it is at this point. Carl's still at work. I love that you can watch this while you're at work. Hopefully you don't have to be too sneaky. Amy is on the line for Cornfed with this power jam. Looking for some offensive help. Amy's trying to find some space here. Runs into Ursa as Ella Vicious is now out of the pack, or out of the penalty box and going into the pack. Now Ella is in the pack as well. Both jammers trying to find space. Amy stuck at the back of the pack. Ella is, I'm not sure, Ella's somewhere, both Ella and Amy are somewhere in the middle of the pack. Ella is through for lead jammer. Woo! For Southern Indiana. Teeny says, whatever it is, we are here for it. 34 seconds. That means we will have one more jam in this half because there's more than 30 seconds left. And if you watch Derby Date Night, you know that I'm always looking at how many seconds are left, because if there's less than 30, they don't get another jam unless they call a timeout. That's like my favorite little thing that I like have to share every time. I don't know why. Goldie Socks is munching and watching. I would love to be. Okay, what are you guys eating for dinner? What are you snacking on? We're getting to the food portion, even though the period clock has now run out, so we are about to go to halftime. Oh, Michael Kwan wants us to stream a LA Derby Dolls banked track doubleheader. That is like the dream. That would be amazing. Sally says, go extra. Mr. Bruce Guy sent me pictures. He's currently in the other Derby world. in the juniors derby world. Oh wait, you're in other world, like the. Moving on. Sorry. Extra's jamming and is the lead jammer and has scored 4 points. Ego is at the back of the pack. Going for the inside line, sweeping to the outside. And Extra is being recycled to the back of the pack, while Ego is trying to stretch the pack out in the front. And Extra is through for another 4 points. Ego is also through. Jason's eating Pizza King. Goldie has pasta and salad. Kristen's having sour cream and cheddar cheese chips for my snack, then getting tacos. Okay, now they made me hungry. Well, it is halftime. Southern Indiana currently leading 132 to Cornfed's 34. We will be back in 15 minutes with the rest of this game, and of course, more really bad jokes about love, and we will be right back. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, Valentine's Day Love Edition, and the season opener for Cornfed Roller Derby. You are joining us for the second half of the Cornfed Killer Kernels game against Southern Indiana Roller Derby in their debut first ever game. We got some more chats about food, and now I want a milkshake. And Carl's having ramen, which also sounds good. And Peace had some spicy Cajun fries. Ooh, on fire, just like all those Derby girls. Like that. And Eric says, good evening from Philadelphia. How'd you guys do today? There was some Derby happening in Philadelphia for the juniors. Hope Indianapolis represented well. And ready to get back to the Derby. A chocolate malt. Oh, that does sound good. And extra jamming again for Southern Indiana and gets lead jammer. Oh, Ego with a juke getting out about a quarter track behind. These jammers are going to race to the pack, which has stopped at turn 2. Extra hitting the pack and Ego following, trying to take the same path. I think both jammers were able to grab some points there. 3 points for Southern Indiana to 1 for Cornfed. Misadventure on the line for Cornfed. And I can't tell who that is for Southern Indiana. We will find out in just a second. Ooh, it's not a palindrome, but it's like pretty. Oh, it's Ursa. No, that's not Ursa. That is not Ursa. That is, let's see, who is that? Tina. Tina Fatal is your lead jammer for Southern Indiana. Ed is out about half a track behind. Tina hits the pack and is able to get through, grabbing all 4 points and calling the jam before Cornfed can score any points. Chelsea says, Panda sends love to Kitty, Chola, Ella, Ivana, Bubbles, Smack. Oh, you are sending love to everybody. Bubbles, Smack, Extra, and any other of my Rock Summer City peeps I might have missed. Oh, that's so nice. When they're rewatching, they'll be like, why weren't you here, Panda? You got, how far do you think Southern Indiana came? I think it's like 3 to 4 hours is what Smack told me when we talked about it. It's a little bit of a drive to get here. Bubbles has got that. Speaking of Panda, Bubbles is now jamming and stuck behind some hard defense. Nancy holding that bridge as Amy is forcing that pack apart and grabbing lead jammer for Cornfed Roller Derby. Bubbles still trying to find some space, finding it on the inside line and getting through as Amy comes in on a scoring pass. Amy is pushed to the inside and looks behind her to see where Bubbles is. Bubbles approaching the pack and is now in scoring position. Oh, Peggy says hi to my Smack from Mom. Good luck. Well, Smack is doing very well tonight, having a 100% lead percentage so far. We'll see if that continues in the second half. Amy is through with 4 points for Cornfed. Bubbles taking a hit to the inside, but is able to come back. No, is not able to come back in. She thought she was clear, but gets called on a track cut and will be headed to the penalty box as Amy will now have a power jam for Cornfed. Amy takes a push to the inside and decides to call the jam, freezing Bubbles. Ooh, it's a pretty score again. Nope, not pretty anymore. Wait, it's almost pretty again. If Cornfed can get one more point, it'll be pretty again. Now I'm just going to watch the score like, it's pretty. 1-4-2-4-1. But it's still not going to be a palindrome because it's not like backwards and forwards. It's just pretty. Carl says, come on, Cornfed, don't make me sad. Oh, Carl. Maybe they've still got a chance, Carl. It's actually, this has been a really fun game to watch. Sometimes you don't even care about the score. It's just all about watching good derby and learning and having fun. And I know I'm having fun. Ego is jamming for Cornfed in this power jam. Trying to pull that pack apart. Has to get around Smack Harlow. who's going to make it hard but not impossible. Ego is out as your lead jammer. Bubbles is standing in the penalty box. Oh, you're right, Eric. 14241 is actually a palindrome. Serious? Knew that and didn't tell me. You just didn't want to tell me. Oh, remember, though some of you were in the chat during the great palindrome debate of 2024. Is that why you didn't want to say anything? Well, it's not a palindrome anymore. Ultra Ego getting 4 more points for Cornfed, bringing that total to 8 and stopping this palindrome debate. No more of that. But it was a palindrome. I'm not going to write it down this time. So we actually agree? Yeah? Okay, good. Because Eric said so, probably, more than anything. Okay. Derby. Neon Chola on the line for Southern Indiana, and Misadventure for Cornfed. Neon Chola getting that lead jammer status. Ed is getting out as well, about half a track behind. Neon Chola going to the outside, up on one skate, jukes around Barbarian and finds Amy at the front of the pack. No, Polly at the front of the pack. Ed takes a huge hit from Ursa, and the jam is called after that big hit. Ed is chatting with the refs and just kind of getting her bearings. Not sure if this is going to turn into an official timeout or not. Oh, it is. It is an official timeout at this point. Are you telling me to keep talking because you can hear the music and you don't want us to get copyright violation? Well, while we're waiting for everybody to check out Ed, I will tell you a couple jokes, I guess, because I've got a few more. So let's see. These are so bad, though. Like, what did one volcano say to the other? I lava you? I told you they're bad. Fine, let's commit the perfect crime together. I'll steal your heart and you can steal mine. That's not even funny. But I'm tired. Okay, hey you, your smile reminds me of McDonald's because I'm loving it. All right, there's no derby happening. Should we take a quick break, Sirius? Okay, fine. We'll take a quick break. Told you it was going to be a quick break. Ed is doing well and skating on her own to the medics to make sure that she is okay, because when we hit our noggin, we take a look into it. Eric asks, any new members tonight? Come on, friends, join the best society of derby friends out there. Aw, we did get Jason Coverstone joined earlier today, one of our good friends, and look at the graphic Sirius has made. We have made it easier to become a member because all you have to do is scan that little QR code right there, and it will take you right to the page where you can become a member, because I couldn't explain how to do this. So Sirius said, I'm tired of Aria trying to explain it and confusing people. I'm making a QR code. But does that accurately describe how that went? Yeah? Okay, cool. Alexa said, wow, what an amazing slideshow. Great work, Sirius. I feel the sarcasm dripping off of you, Alexa. Amy. Is that Amy? Amy jamming. And Extra grabbed that lead jammer, but Amy is, oh! Amy with the jammer on jammer hit, and Extra claps for Amy. But then Amy gets a forearm penalty, which Mel made that look very aggressive with putting her forearm up. Did you see that? It looked like it was a different kind of gesture. That wasn't forearm, but it was a forearm after that great hit. Everything that I'm like super excited about, people are going to the box. Mr. Bruise Guy, you lost your wheel. Oh, no. Will he get his wheel back? If you resubscribe, maybe you'll get your wheel back. I don't know. Oh, Goldie says, and don't forget to hit that like button. Goldie, you are always such a good hype person. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Alexa said, no, not sarcastic. Okay, Amy's back. Extra is still lead, having scored 4 points, currently in the pack on a second pass. And that pack is not moving. Oh, Ziggy took the star and is out for Cornfed. Extra is also out and decides to call it before Ziggy can score any points. Hey, Batty. Batty's here and cheering on Debbie Darko. 154 to 49. Okay, if Cornfed can get to 54, we can have a palindrome again. I'm just going for palindromes. No? It doesn't work that way anymore? It was only when it was 41? Oh, so if it, okay. So, okay, we're going for, at some point, Southern Indiana has to have 161, and Cornfed also has to have 61. Yeah. I'm just making stuff up. I'm making up rules for a game that has rules. Ego staying inbounds to become lead jammer. Tina Fatal is right on Ego's heels, though. Oh. Eric, I can't feature super chats right now, but I will shout out to you. Thank you so much. Eric sent us a donation. We appreciate you helping our channel and helping us grow and hopefully continuing to bring great roller derby to you all. Ego is in the pack on a scoring pass. Tina has scored 4 points. Is coming around on another scoring pass. Ego is through. Tina Fatal is up at the front of the pack. Gonna have to get past Pure Polly, who is great at one-on-one blocking. But Polly knew she was almost out of play and had to let her go. Oh, Batty sending us a donation too. We're so spoiled. Batty, thank you so much with 100%. This is your 5th super chat on a live stream, Batty. Did you know that? Pretty cool. Oh, wait. Sirius might be able to figure out how to feature these donations. Sirius is multitasking while the skaters are dancing. Oh, this is a good, this is nice. Smack and Ursa and Kitty Omega are all having a dance party on the pivot line. Oh, it's not going to work. Barbarian jamming against Bubbles. Batty's like, no, I'm cool. Whoa, what is that? Somebody's Apple Watch just fell on the ground. And Ogre. Are we gonna add it to our nest that Ogre has been making? He keeps picking things up and giving them to us for our nest. Bubbles is lead jammer and coming around on a first scoring pass. Coming up against Cornfed blockers, but able to get through. Barbarian is out. Bubbles looks at the coach and decides to call the jam before Barbarian can score any points. Whitney says, get that dance on, sew in. Do. 57, 166. Okay. Well. Bum. Okay, now I'm just singing along to the music. We have less than 20 minutes left in this game. And it has been such a fun opening night to just enjoy being here with you all. So many new faces and familiar faces and just enjoying chatting with you all and having fun. We are going to be releasing our March schedule soon. Something we're doing new this year is those of you who are members are going to find out where we're going first. So the announcement of our upcoming March games will happen to our members first, and then we will announce it to the public. So if you are a member, you get to find out, I think, next week, right, Sirius? Yeah, next week. Power Jam for Cornfed and US Amy, who looks tired. The crowd is all excited, and Amy's like, oh, no. But Amy's already scored 4 points and is going for some more here. This is a palindrome. 1, 6, 6, 6, 1. Thank you. All right, Amy sweeping from side to side. Extra standing in the penalty box. Amy using brute strength to try and push this tripod forward. Amy is laughing and trying to put, come on, Amy! I should stop. No, I'm not going to. She was right here. I had to yell for her. Down to 1. The crowd is just trying to will Amy forward as Extra is now out of the box. And Amy is continuing to push. Southern Indiana continuing to reform. I am tired watching this. Come on, Amy. Extra is also in there. And wait, Extra's headed back to the penalty box. This continues to be a power jam, which means Amy has to continue to push. 15 seconds left. She did what?
Taking a break.
She's taking a break? Oh, yeah. She's like, I'm just going to wait. And Amy is very happy. You know what Amy was doing was trying to keep my score a palindrome as long as possible. That's what Amy's goal was there. But now she gets the points that she earned, and Cornfed is now up to 64 points. Yeah, wasn't Amy like, she didn't take a pass. She started as the jammer, so she could have given it to the pivot. I think she was just determined or like singularly focused. I'll find out later for you guys. Okay, Ultra Ego and Extra are, Extra is in the box. So this is a power jam for Cornfed. Ego has 2 blockers in front, now 1. Ego's got beautiful juking skills. Like when somebody pushes Ego one way, Ego is great at going the other way, and Ego was able to use that to get lead jammer. Extra is out of the box and sees Ego coming, might be thinking about playing a little D. Ego is up against all 3 blockers, because the pivot was in the box and Ego was able to get out. Extra has the star off, hands it to the pivot, and very sneaky and quick star pass. And that pivot has taken the star, and will now, Neon Chola will now be your jammer for the next little while. Big hit. And that jam comes to an end. Cornfed scoring 8 points to Southern Indiana's 0 on that one. You know, I know the score looks big, but this spread has stayed the same for like the last 20 minutes, it feels like. It can't be, because there's only been 15 minutes happening. So for the last like 15, since the second half, Cornfed has kept this spread about the same. So that's really fabulous, and they're doing a great job. We have some camera people today, which you might have noticed. Sirius works so hard on this stream, and we can't do this without volunteers. And so Sirius actually works at Ball State University, and he works with students in the CCIM Department of Media, and some of his students are here today helping us with the cameras. So a big thank you to Lucas and to Nina, who are here today helping us with the camera, and they have been doing a fabulous job being behind our cameras and helping you get the angles so that you can see as much great derby as you can. We really appreciate them. Much appreciation. Okay, since we're going to time out, I can tell more really bad jokes. What did one watermelon say to the other? You're one in a melon. I know, that was bad. Okay, one more. I love you more today than I did yesterday. But that's because yesterday I was really mad at you. That's more our speed, right, Sirius? Yep, that's definitely more our speed. Back to Derby. Neon Chola jamming for So-In, and Barbarian jamming for Cornfed. Ursa pulling Barbarian back with this power start while Neon Chola waits in the penalty box. Barbarian trying to find some space on the inside line, is just trying to use sheer power and force to push forward. Neon Chola standing in the penalty box. So-In doing a great job bridging to the front, but Barbarian is able to get out and become lead jammer. Eric says, what's the leading cause of dry skin? Towels. That one's good. Okay. Neon Chola came out of the box and quickly got through on her initial, so Barbarian called it, but not before scoring 4 points for Cornfed. Okay, Goldie Socks is laughing, and Batty is like, It was like, the face is like, yeah, I know, those weren't very good. Well, the second one was okay. The watermelon one was, not so much. Oh, maybe it was Eric's joke. Yeah, I'll just say that. It was for Eric's joke. Whether it was or wasn't. Everybody in the chat. Oh, Smack Harlow. Guess what? Lead jammer. Does that make 6? Clean sweep. 6 out of 6. I've been writing it down. Now, the biggest jam of the night so far was by Smack, and it was 20 points. Ziggy is currently holding the star, but it was not a legal star pass, so Ziggy has to give it back to Ed, and then Ed could give it back to Ziggy if Ed chooses to. Smack coming around, sweeping to the outside, and coming, juking towards the inside. Penalties being called on somebody. Ed is through and sliding through that inside line pretty much on 1 foot to get 4 points for Cornfed. And Smack Harlow is headed to the penalty box. I'm not sure what for, but Ed is going to have an opportunity here to continue to score points for Cornfed. We have under a minute left in this jam and no lead jammer, so we're going to go the whole time here. Ooh. Ed is pushing, but getting pushed to the inside. There's a lot of big hits happening in this game. Have you noticed that? You watched a 32-16 jam this morning with no penalties. Wow, that's crazy. Oh! Okay, that just hurt me. Okay, Smack Harlow out of the penalty box, takes a hit from Pure Poly and stays in bounds. Did you see that? Sorry, I know you saw that. You're watching this just like me. But I get to talk excitedly about it. Smack around. How did Smack make it around that fast? I was busy talking. Okay, Ed is through. Oh. Wow. That was a lot of things happening. Southern Indiana outscored Cornfed by 4 points, 12-8 in that jam, with less than 12 minutes left in this game. Bubbles is on the line again for Southern Indiana. Who are we going to get from Cornfed? They said 5 seconds, and there's no jammer for Cornfed. There's no skaters from Cornfed. Did that jam really just start with no one? Who called a timeout? Somebody called a timeout. Uh-oh. What just happened? It says official review. Did the officials call it? Oh, okay. So if you start a jam with no one from one team, who gets penalties? Okay, I know we have officials in the chat. What happens when you start a jam with one team missing all the people? That's what happened, I think. That's what I saw. Or actually, no, wait. Maybe Rogue called an official review. Because now Rogue is talking. Rogue is being very animated. Alexa said, that's not as fun as what I said. She had it up for a while, but they didn't see her. Okay, but I still think what I said is much more fun. That nobody showed up. Okay, while they're official reviewing, they'll come and tell me at some point what it is, but I can tell you more bad jokes. So, Sirius, where do you find love in a grocery store? Aisle B. There for you. That was a slow burn. I saw 2 zombies on a date. Sadly, their romance is dead. That got no laugh from Sirius, like not even a smile. Okay, never mock or laugh at your partner's choices. Do you know why? Because you're one of them. I chose you. What are you? Oh, Rogue is having fun. Rogue did not realize it when she came today, but everyone has told her that she looks like a Ghostbuster. Everyone. Everyone who's run into Rogue has said she what's going on with the cameras? That's fun. We're having fun. That's what we're doing. Oh, Rogue stopped dancing as soon as we put the camera on her. What does a ghost call his partner? His ghoul friend. Good, you got it. His ghoul friend. What were you going to say? His boo. Oh, that one's good too. They're both good. I did snort a little bit. I'm sorry. A couple went on a date at a fancy restaurant. The girl tells their date to say something that will make her heart race. He replies, I forgot my wallet. That one got you. That one actually got you. Okay, love is complicated. You get angry and you tell your partner to go to hell, but you also hope they get there safely. I thought that one seemed like us a little bit. You know, go to hell, but be safe on the way. You're not bringing me with you. I'll send you with a lunch. I'll pack a lunch for you. Oh, this is a big conversation. So, I like to, the cameras are not on our Dazzle of Zebras. Where's our Dazzle of Zebras, Sirius? For me to talk about our wonderful volunteers. Batty is telling Eric to take notes. My jokes are better. I hope so, because I've had some time to like really think about it and make sure that these jokes are well curated. Goldie Sock says, go to heck. Carefully, please. Carl thought that Rogue was a Ghostbuster. Oh, I missed Rogue's cartwheel. I'm just catching up with all your comments. I didn't. Well, they saw Rogue's cartwheel, so you had the camera on it, but I was busy telling jokes. Okay, here comes Ogre. Another one!
Challenged the track cut issued to Black 1215, saying that the skater was attempting to seed a non-existent cut. Skaters are allowed to make mistakes and see things they didn't do, so in the spirit of the game, the penalty was overturned. Just kidding.
Thank you. All right, that was an official review for 1215, getting a cut. Something about a non-existent. Okay, Bruce, you know how I did really good on the last one? I'm not going to do really good on this one. Polly doesn't have the penalty anymore. I don't think I could explain what Ogre said with any eloquency at all right now. And he said, in the spirit of the game, we're just going to, like, cool. Fine. But something about something being non-existent and nobody seeing it, but they're going to overturn it. Oh, dang, good break. Yeah, they're letting me get through all my jokes at least. We've got 11 and a half minutes, and a Ghostbuster can't do a cartwheel with her pack on. Luckily, Rogue the Ghostbuster forgot her pack.
Amy's probably enjoying this break.
Amy what?
Is probably enjoying this break.
Yeah, Amy's probably enjoying the break, especially if they're going to make Amy jam anymore. Amy's going to watch this back and be like, how much did you make fun of me during this game? It's all in good fun and sport. And also, Amy's killing it out there as a jammer tonight. Love watching it. Okay, couple more jokes. Why did the lion break up with his partner? Because she was a cheetah. Get it? A cheetah? Oh my God, is what he says. Do you love fishing? I only ask because I think we should hook up. Okay. Last one, and it's food related. What did the pig say to his lover? Don't go baking my heart. And I don't know why I said lover. I'm just developing new accents as the game continues, and I don't have a co-host. I'm developing all sorts of accents. This is the silly part, and this is when the diehards are here. They're like, yep, we're here for the derby, but we're really here for Arya losing it. Bubbles jamming for So In, and Ego jamming for Cornfed. Eric is going to help us. Okay, cool. She was out and came back in front, but didn't make any play. Then she stepped out and came back in behind. I thought it was a weird call. Okay. Well, so did Cornfed, and now Polly is out there blocking Bubbles so that Ego can get lead jammer for Cornfed. Bubbles is pushing that pack forward as Ego comes into the pack on a scoring pass. I'm hearing some whistles. Bubbles is trying to find some space on the inside, but getting forced to recycle as Ego is trying to juke her way around extra and is able to get through and grab 4 points for Cornfed. Bubbles still on her initial, trying to find some space, getting some offensive help from Nancy there. Lav is blocking Bubbles as Ego comes in, does some toe stops around the outside, but barely goes out of bounds and is called on a cut. That was barely out of bounds. Ooh. So now it's a 2-minute jam. We're going to go for the next 30 seconds as Ego waits in the box. We are under 10 minutes left in this game. Bubbles got out of the pack, and the pack is waiting and taking a little breather. You know, it's kind of nice. There's only one jammer out there, and you could just wait calmly. And Nancy decided to not be calm and decides to play offense and bowl over Cornfed to try and help Bubbles get through. And Bubbles gets 4 more points, and that jam comes to an end. Can Southern Indiana get 3 more points? No. Okay. These palindromes keep happening. 190, 90. That would not be a palindrome. What? Do I have an opportunity for any more palindromes here? This is how the great palindrome debacle started last time. Serious? It's like we're not doing this again. No more palindromes. Palindromes are like my favorite thing. Ziggy is jamming for Cornfed, and Celia Graves, the captain for the first time for So In. And Celia is going to be lead jammer, getting out on the outside of turn 1 there. Ziggy has the star off. Ziggy is trying to get through on the outside, takes a hit from Ursa. Both of them go down. Ziggy is getting back up, so is Ursa. Celia getting through for 4 points there. Track cut called on Celia, so this will be a power jam for Cornfed and Ziggy Zigga. As Celia waits in the penalty box, this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Big hit from Ziggy. Ziggy's still trying to get past Ursa, who's pushing Ziggy to the outside and getting all the way back. Pulls Ziggy back. Another hit from Ursa to the inside. Ziggy reaches up to the star. Cornfed focused on blocking. Ziggy needing to get past these 2 blockers at the front, takes a hit to the outside as Celia comes back in. Unfortunately, that power jam did not result in what Cornfed was hoping it would. And Celia is through for 4 points for Southern Indiana. Z taking a second. Michaela says, that is the love of my life, Kitty Omega out there. I feel like with all of our love jokes, I had one that was about cats, but I can't remember. Something about being perfect. Oh, Celia is dancing while jamming. Did you get that on the camera? No? Oh, it was pretty. Okay, Celia is falling, and Ed is in the pack, having taken a star pass and is eligible for scoring. I think everybody was just getting really tired at the end of that jam. Like these jams have been running long. I'm looking at the palindrome again. I'm sorry. I just got quiet because I was trying to figure it out. It's not working out so well. That joke was pawful. Baddison, does he get credit for that? That was pretty good. That was a good one. I think you did okay there, Eric. Y'all got any guesses as to what our games might be in March? I'm not going to confirm or deny, but anybody got any guesses as to where we might be going in March? Any shout-outs you want to give for your teams? Amy is jamming against Ella Vicious. Whitney says, I want to play with her right meow. We're in the cat joke portion of the evening now. I love it. Ella Vicious taking a little tumble at the back of the pack. Amy is got to get around and is through for lead jammer, but Ella got through as well. Yes, Michaela, that is Ella jamming. Ella's jammed a lot tonight. If you want to come back and re-watch this game, it will be available right after the game. And you can like and subscribe while you're at it, or even become a member of the Third Wheels to find out where we're going in March before everybody else. Part of the insider crowd. And get a really cool wheel next to your name. Ella Vicious is almost through. Lavender takes a bit of a tumble as Amy has gone to the penalty box. This is going to be another 2-minute jam. Oh my goodness. Is there a skating rink in Muncie? Yes, there is. It is on the south side of town called Gibson's Arena, and it is where our skaters practice, and we occasionally have scrimmages there. Derby Date Night does not usually film there because it's pretty dark and the ceilings are pretty low. And because we have games in this beautiful venue at the fairgrounds. All right. So In has broken the 200 mark in their very first game. That's pretty good. Check out their Facebook page to find out when their first home game is. Ella is now out of the penalty box. Looks like Polly has taken the star and is now the jammer for Cornfed. With 4.5 minutes left in this game, that jam comes to an end. And another timeout because they want me to. Rogue is jumping in the air to do her timeout because she's like, because Rogue is short. Just for those that don't know Rogue, she's short. So jumped in the air to do a timeout for Cornfed. And I have a few more jokes, of course. I like this one. This is the food portion of the jokes. I want to be with someone that will look at me the way that I look at chocolate cake. For me, it would be cheese, though. We all know that I look at cheese. Like, if someone would look at me the way I look at cheese, would be amazing. What did the octopus say to its octopus crush? I want to hold your hand. Hand, 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 hand. He goes, got it, got it. Fine. What do you get when you kiss a dragon? Burnt lips. What does a heartbroken Lego fan say? I'm falling to pieces. Get it? Because Legos pieces. Okay. Okay, last one. The T-Rex told his girlfriend, I love you this much, as he stretched out his arms as far as he could. His girlfriend said, that's not very much. Poor T-Rex. They get a bad rap. Okay, back to Derby. Ego jamming against Extra. Extra is Extra in the box? So this is a power jam for Cornfed. Ego is pushing. Eric says Sirius takes good care of you. Alvia says go Cornfed, rooting you on from Argentina. Ooh, I always love it when we get new places we haven't heard before. Extra is out of the box. Ego is out of the pack and your lead jammer. As Southern Indiana has crossed the 200 mark, Cornfed is trying to cross the 100 mark, and Ego could do it right here if she can pass all 4 blockers. 3.5 minutes left in this game. What a fun opening game. As I do every game when I remember, if you have seen a skater do something really great, if you want to shout somebody out, this is the time to do it. So a lot of these skaters watch these games back, and they would love to hear all the great things you have to say about them, and would love to hear some Derby love from you here in the chat. 3 minutes left, and Ego did break Cornfed into that century mark. So Cornfed now at 100. No more chances for palindromes anymore with only 3 minutes left. Just imagine a T-Rex signaling no pack. Oh, Sirius and I are both making T-Rex. They can't get them together. Oh, this has been so much fun with you all. Ziggy Zig jamming for Cornfed, and Celia Graves getting lead jammer for Southern Indiana. Celia coming around on a scoring pass. Well, it's been great to spend some time with you here on this Valentine's Day weekend. We will be back at it again in March. Stay tuned. If you're a member, you'll find out next week. If you are not a member, you'll find out probably the week after where we are going to be. I know we have, I believe, 2 games in March that we will be at, and looking forward to seeing you all again as we get roller derby in Indiana going again, as we're going to be live more and more and more as this season progresses. We start with 1 in February, we go to 2 in March, and then in April we're kind of busy most weekends. We did one in January. Yeah, we started slow. April and May are going to be kind of crazy. April, May, and June. T-Rex Ref can signal no pack, but they can't signal multiplayer. No, I don't think they can. Oh, we've got a new third wheel practice squad member, Emmy Toller. Emmy, welcome. Everybody welcome Emmy. We're so excited to have you here as a part of our membership, and we look forward to engaging with you in the community. Welcome. Bubbles jamming for Southern Indiana. Who has the star on for Cornfed? Oh, that is a new Cornfed skater who I don't even know. Who is that? Is that Calamity Jane? I think that is Calamity Jane. Getting lead jammer there. Nice job. Brand new skater, just started this year. KTG says, appreciate all you do to make these streams happen. You are very welcome. And mostly Sirius is welcome. I don't do that much. He does all the hard work. Calamity Jane through for 4 points. I believe getting their first 4 points of their roller derby career. That's so exciting. And Bubbles through as well. 35 seconds left. We are going to get one more jam. Alexa, that is a new skater. I love watching these new skaters. Great job. All right, last jam. The crowd is getting ready for celebrations. And so is the pack as they are dancing, getting ready for that last jam. Barbarian jamming for Cornfed and Tina Fatal for Southern Indiana. The period clock has run out, so this will be the last jam. Tina Fatal is the lead jammer for Southern Indiana and will control this jam. Barbarian is through as well. Coming around the pack as Tina Fatal is through for 4 points. Tina Fatal looks to see Barbarian, looks back and says, do you want me to keep going or are we going to stop this? Barbarian hitting the pack. Looks like we're just going to play a little bit more derby here. Barbarian in the pack, finding a tough wall there as Tina Fatal comes around on one leg but gets called on a track cut, so we get a full 2-minute jam for our very last jam. Looks like we are going to be done with that, and the unofficial score is 104 to 214. There was a little bit of a spill there, and the refs just decided to call that and be done for the game. So that was the a quick end to what I thought was going to go a little bit longer, but that means we are going to be done here at Derby Date Night for tonight, but not forever, because we will be back, and hopefully you will be too. We would love to see you more and see you the next time we are live. Take a look at our socials. Don't forget to subscribe to us in all the different places, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and our webpage, derbydatenight.com. Welcome to our brand new members. We're so excited to have you, Jason and Emmy, and can't wait to have you be a part of our community. If you want to join, Sirius, can you show them? Oh, did I? He wasn't expecting it. There's our QR code. If you want to be a member, go ahead and take a little picture of that or put up your camera. I'm doing it again. See, you made me a thing so I wouldn't do this. Anyway, you can be a member by using that QR code. Carl is sad. We will see you in March. Good night. Have a wonderful evening. Derby Date Night. We love ya. See you next time.